is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Ohio.
17 wins in their last 19 games, including 10 in a row. 3 consecutive series sweeps, a perfect 6-0 road trip through Houston and Colorado. The Reds are playing some of the best baseball in franchise history, and tonight the Reds face a foe that got it all started back on July the 6th. It's the Reds and the San Diego Padres on Fox Sports Ohio. It is a picture-perfect weather night in downtown Cincinnati, and we welcome you to Great American Ballpark, the hottest team in all of baseball. Returning to town to kick off a 7-game homestand, the first of 4 with the San Diego Padres. And how good have the Reds been? Hi again, everybody. Alongside Chris Welsh, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Fox Sports Ohio. And, Chris, what else can you say? It all began when that team was on the West Coast trip. They lost the first game of that series to San Diego before winning 3 in a row leading up to the break. They have lost a total of 2 games ever since.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom, that West Coast trip has always been a bugaboo for Reds teams going out there. They were challenged in Los Angeles, but when they won 3 out of 4 in San Diego, it really did propel them on. You see the best records in baseball this year. The Reds 21 games over 500, just like the Nationals. That's better than the Yankees. It's also better than the Rangers and the Pittsburgh Pirates. And I'll tell you what, you got to be very proud of this way this ball club has done it. Bottom line, though, they've done it with pitching and they've done it with defense. But, hey, their hitting is coming on big time lately. How about Drew Stubbs swinging the bat the way he has on that road trip? A .370 batting average, 10 runs batted in. This guy all of a sudden has turned some heads and says, hey, maybe the Reds don't need to make a deal after all.
And today, Drew Stubbs was named the National League's Player of the Week, co-player of the week, in fact, for the way he's been playing here over the last 7 days. All Reds wins. You talked about the pitching, one after the other. Yesterday, Matt Latos. Tonight, they give the ball to Mike Leake.
Well, Mike Leake has been very good. You know, he had a very rough month of April where he went 0-3, earned run average around 6, and everybody was calling for Mike Leake to be sent down to the minor leagues. But this guy has been one of the most consistent starters the Reds have had. His last outing against the Houston Astros, rock solid. You expect him to do that here again tonight, mixing the ball up, hitting the corners, changing speeds. His worst inning is the first inning. If he gets through that, he'll be just fine.
And the same old's true for this guy.
Well, you're right about that. He always has first inning problems, but you know that he's got a burning desire to get out there and show the Reds that he should have gone for another player straight up, not in a 4-for-1 trade. He outdueled or went right with Matt Latos the last time they matched it up. That was in San Diego. And if Edinson Volquez is on his game, that changeup will be the most important pitch for him, maybe the most important pitch in his ballpark tonight.
Can the Reds make it 11 in a row? We'll find out shortly. But when we come back, it's time for you to get connected. Take a peek at Fox Sports Ohio's Game Connect.
night, and I am at the nerve center of our presentation on this evening. Fox Sports Game Connect is basically built to be a supplement or complement you watching the game on TV. You log on to foxsportsohio.com and hit Game Connect, and it's the ultimate second screen experience. It will provide you with real-time game updates and statistics that you've never seen, in-depth stats the whole way, and you can talk to other Reds fans via Twitter, and you can even ask the guys in the booth a question. So log on to Fox Sports Game Connect, and here in the Nerve Center, we've got a bunch of bloggers that we're going to talk about throughout the game here tonight. And any tweet sent out tonight using the hashtag FSReds, that's basically a # followed by FSReds. Put your message after that. We'll have some questions throughout the broadcast. Your name, your response might be on the broadcast. Stay with us. Reds looking for their 11th straight victory. It's the Reds and Padres straight ahead on Fox Sports Ohio.
Ohio, brought to you by the 2012 Ford F-150 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. By Cincinnati USA, let us be your travel guide to Cincinnati. Visit CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili, game time is Skyline time. Stop by your favorite Skyline Chili tonight. Well, with all the talk about the Reds playing so well, winners of 10 in a row, the San Diego Padres are playing the best baseball they have played this season. A 14-10 record here in the month of July under manager Bud Black. And their starting lineup reads as follows. Alexi Amarista at second, Will Venable in right, Chase Headley down at third. Carlos Quentin, the cleanup hitter in left. Former Reds Yasmani Grandal and Yonder Alonso. A latter third of Cameron Maybin, Everth Cabrera, and on the mound, another former Red, Edinson Volquez. Starting at Ford, the Redlegs tonight in search of win number 5. Been on a pretty good roll here of late is right-hander Mike Lee.
Yeah, he really has been. He's got his record up to 4-6 so far. He's got a lot of no decisions in those starts that he has had so far this year. 19 of them overall, 1 complete ball game. Little by little, that earned run average has come down. He's put up 11 quality starts for this Reds ball club, and a guy that really does it with without a lot of fanfare. Not a lot of strikeouts, not of overpowering stuff. He's just a guy that goes out there, changes speeds, get the hitters to hit the ball on the ground, and he'll use his defense as much as anybody in this league.
Leak had gone from the 11th of May all the way until the 19th of June, where only once did he allow more than 3 runs in a game. And here you see the way he's turned it around. He had that start 2 outings ago where he got banged around by Arizona when the Reds came back to win 6-0. Final score of 7-6 had started this 10-game winning streak. And then, as we pointed out, was lights out against the Astros on the just completed trip. Alexi Amarista looks at a first pitch, strike one, and this one is underway. Amarista 276, 4 home runs, 20 runs batted in, came over in a deal from the Angels back in the month of May, and has been a very solid player for the very young San Diego Padres. Sinking liner into left, and in the bright sunshine, Ludwig able to haul it in. Boy, he battled that one all the way to the leather. Reds on defense, the best defensive team in the major leagues, brought to you by Ford. Ludwig, Stubbs, and Bruce in the outfield. Brandon Phillips back in there after suffering the cramp, leaving the game early in Denver yesterday. And a battery of leak in the rookie Devin Mesoraco. Will Venable looks at a strike. Venable, a .240 batter, 6 home runs, 24 batted in. Last time we saw him, he was hitting in the 280s. And clearly that average on the decline rapidly. Foul ball.
You're probably going to see Mike Leake tonight really mix things up on his first pitch of every at bat. If you look at all the different numbers on Mike Leake, the one thing that really jumps out at you is that when he runs into problems, it's usually when the other team goes up there hacking at the first pitch and he throws one of those get ahead fastballs. In fact, the opposition is hitting over 400 on that first pitch delivered, so he's been mixing it up already, just the first 2 hitters. First was a fastball, second was a curveball. Leake's the kind of guy that has to bring his A game with him right to the very first inning. Some guys kind of warm up into it, they can get by, but Mike Leake's not that type of pitcher.
Got him on a breaking ball, 2 up and 2 down. First strikeout of the night for Mike Leake.
What I mean by that is using all of your pitches in the first inning. If you go out and watch Matt Lato's pitch, or Johnny Cueto for that matter, a lot of times they'll try to get through the lineup the first time with nothing but maybe fastball and breaking ball. Leake's got to break them all out.
2 down for Chase Headley. He has been the most consistent Padres performer going back to opening day. 12 home runs, 51 runs batted in, and a batting average just short of .270. Reds did a very good job on Headley in that 4-game series out in San Diego before the break. He only had 3 hits in those 4 games. Reds lost the opener before winning the final 3 leading up to the break. Three and one. Off the glove of a diving Brandon Phillips, and it rolls into center field. A 2-out hit for the San Diego third baseman, and that'll keep the inning alive for Carlos Quentin, the left fielder.
Headley just takes the ball and just tries to drive it back up the middle. That's a ball that Reds fans are so used to seeing Brandon Phillips smother with his glove, come up, throw the runner out. In fact, it was quite a bit of a loud sigh of disappointment that they didn't see another one of those defensive highlight reel plays by Phillips, ones that we see really just about on a nightly basis.
Quinn to 269, playing in just his 47th game, 9 home runs and 23 runs batted in. He had just come off the disabled list about 2 weeks before the Reds saw San Diego, well, right around a month ago, and did not look very comfortable at the plate. He has been swinging a much more lethal bat of late. Carlos had some very good years with the Chicago White Sox after initially coming up as an Arizona Diamondback. Nearly won an American League Most Valuable Player award. But during the offseason, traded to San Diego and now healthy again for the first time all year. 1-2.
Padres like him so much that they just extended his contract by another 3 years. They figure that they needed a good, solid, middle-of-the-order hitter in this lineup that has so many young players in it. Well, he's a veteran. He's been around a while, 29 years old, one-time All-Star. As you said, in the running for the MVP on one season. He's had as many as 36 home runs in a year. He won't get that out in San Diego, though.
And he's a San Diego kid.
Yeah.
Born and raised, went to high school there before playing collegiately at Stanford University. Two down, runner at first, just underway here in the top of the first. And Leake trying to wrap things up and get his team to the plate. 1-2. Right back to the mound, and this ought to do it. So a hit, a man left. Cozart, Stubbs, and Phillips coming up. Reds will bat in the bottom of the first in a scoreless game. Dusty Baker's starting lineup for the streaking Reds, winners of 10 in a row. Cozart, Stubbs, Brandon Phillips. Boy, has he been hot. Jay Bruce in right, Scott Rowland and Ryan Ludwig. Latter third of Miguel Cairo, Devin Mesoraco, and Mike Leake against a one-time Red. In fact, pitched in an all-star game wearing a Reds uniform, Edinson Volquez.
He just turned 29 years old, Edinson Volquez did. He's made 21 starts. Like Mike Leake, he's got one complete game. But what he has done in San Diego is something the Reds had not seen him do the last couple of years from the time that he came over here in a trade from the Texas Rangers in exchange for Josh Hamilton. But he's got a world of talent. Everybody knows that. A fastball that can light it up into the mid to high 90s. He's got a cartoon type changeup that can really make a hitter look bad. But what has really plagued him, continues to plague him, which is his inability to really spot the ball where he wants to. So he's one of these guys that is hard to hit, but he's not all that hard to get on base. They're the two numbers that he's had that are very important. In 08, when he came over here, all-star year, 17-6. Since that time, only 2 games over 500.
And, of course, missing one entire year with a Tommy John elbow surgery. In there, strike to Zach Cozart at 243, 10 home runs and 21 runs batted in. Now, the Reds have gone 11-2 ever since Joey Votto went down. It began that Monday series, the first of 4 against the Arizona Diamondbacks, when they lost 2 of the first 3, and they were trailing in game 4 6-0. Brandon Phillips wound up knocking in 5 runs. They came back to win 7-6. And throughout the game tonight, we're going to be talking about some of the guys who, have really stepped up in the absence of Votto. Now, Cozart, batting average actually lower than his overall season numbers since Votto went down. He's knocked in 2 runs and carries a .234 average in the 11 games. But, man, you look particularly at Ludwig, Phillips, and Stubbs along with Rowland. Those have been primarily the 4 guys that have really delivered for this Reds team in Votto's absence. Deep in the hole at short. Cabrera cuts it loose, and a nice play on both ends. Cabrera and Yonder Alonso. San Diego on defense, brought to you by your Ford dealers. Maven, a good one in center, flanked by Quentin and Venable. Headley, Cabrera, Amarista, and Alonso around the infield. Volquez, Yasmani Grandal, the battery. Drew Stubbs named the National League's Co-Player of the Week along with Milwaukee's Carlos Gomez today. For the week, hit .370 with 3 home runs and 10 runs batted in. The RBIs tied for the major league lead. And this ball is hammered into deep right field. He's done it again. Oh, brother, when you're hot, you are hot.
Well, you're not kidding about that. How about the stroke that he put on a first pitch fastball that he sees from Volquez? Looking for a number 1, gets the number 1, and just stays inside behind that baseball, drives it hard, and in this ballpark, it's a home run. Man, that was a liner. Well,
number 13.
Edinson Volquez, welcome back to Great American Ballpark.
Well, through the haze following the fireworks, it is strike 1 to Brandon Phillips. We're talking about how Stubbs has stepped up, Rowland, Ludwig. This has been the man in the absence of Joey Votto. Phillips better than a .380 hitter. He's played in every game since Votto went down. Every single one of them. The only other 2 that have done that are Frazier and Stubbs. 12 runs batted in for Brandon Phillips since July the 16th. Two out. Jay Bruce at .242, 20 home runs and 62 runs batted in. That ball hit hard in a deep left center field. Maven giving chase into sunshine, and in the glove and out of the glove of Carlos Quentin after banging into the wall.
Boy, Quentin looked like he had that ball in his glove. You're right, Tom, until he banged into the wall out there. That ball hit very high, very deep. It just keeps carrying. Quentin knows he's coming up on the wall, and it's already beginning to come out. He tries to grab it as it falls out. And he gets knocked around. That shoulder's not feeling good, very good right now.
Well, Jay Bruce safe at second, safe and secure.
New York life.
Already 1-0. Scott Rowland trying to add to it after the 2-out double by Jay Bruce. Ball 1. 220 batter, 5 home runs, 23 batted in, but Rowland of late 11 hits in his last 36 at bats. That's a .306 average spanning 10 games, and 2 home runs with 5 knocked in the last 10. You may remember the last game, the only game that Edinson Volquez has pitched against his former team, the Reds. The Reds had him on the ropes in the first 2 innings and were only able to manage a single run. And in those 2 innings, Volquez threw nearly 60 pitches. But boy, after that, forget it. Next 5 innings, they had 3 hits total and barely made any noise at all outside of first and third with 1 out in the 4th inning. What a dominant performance it was.
Well, it was an interesting performance to watch because he was matched up against Matt Latos, the pitcher that he was traded for. And those are always interesting matchups when they go at each other for the first time since a big trade.
Chad Fairchild calls the balls and strikes tonight. Alfonso Marquez at first. Tom Hallian, the umpire, at second base, and he is a crew chief with Brian O'Nora working down at third. Three and 2 on Scott Rowland. And he draws a walk. The inning continues for Ryan Ludwick. Look inside some of the numbers a lot of folks are paying more and more attention to. Chris, our Farmers Insurance report card on the former Red.
No, you're right about that. Opponent batting average, he's very good. .209 batting average. Opponent slugging percentage, 3rd in the National League. So really bottom line for Volquez is that, you know, when you add up the hits and the walks, he's a guy that you can get on base. But if you just talk about stringing together 3 or 4 hits in an inning, it rarely happens against Edinson Volquez. That control will get him into problems. But considering all that, I've always thought, watching Volquez pitch, that he let this ballpark get into his head. And he would pitch away from contact more here than when he would pitch away out of town. Hey, the Reds are up there swinging the bats, and they're doing it early on. Because I don't know if these guys know the actual number, but when Edinson Volquez gets his first pitch in for a strike, opposing batting average is in the 170s. So that's how important it is for him to get ahead of the hitters. And that's why the Reds are hacking, because they know they're coming after him, or he's coming after them with a first pitch strike. And more than likely a first pitch fastball.
Two on for Ryan Ludwick. 2 men are out, 1 run home, and the 0-1 delivery is fouled away. Another fastball, beat him with a fastball, and that was up there at 97 miles per hour.
Boy, there's no question at all about his arm.
Look at those numbers for Ryan Ludwick here in July. My, oh my. After really being outside of a swing here or a swing there, really not much of a factor on a consistent basis for the Reds for, what, about a month and a half, nearly 2 full months. Over the last 2 months, he has been very much a force in the middle of this lineup.
Well, he's had more consistent playing time, too. So when he's gotten into a groove, he's been able to play more on an everyday basis. Even more so now, I think, over the last month or so than even early on. It used to be that Ryan Ludwick would play a day and Heisey would play the next day, and then Ludwick would play and Heisey would play. And it's just tough to get into a groove when you don't have consecutive at-bats time after time. Dusty Baker waiting for one of those guys to distinguish themselves. And it's been Ludwig.
Still 0-2.
Although I got to tell you, when Chris Heisey gets in there, he's been very impressive, like he was yesterday.
Bruce with a 2-out double. Roland followed with a walk. Stubbs homered with 1 out here in the opening inning, and the Reds trying to tack on more. Ludwig down 0-2. And that ball is belted into left center field, and it's over the head of Quinn. Bruce will score. Then away the round Roland. Here comes the throw. It's way offline. 3-0 Redlegs.
He had Ryan Ludwig behind his fastball, fouling it off, barely able to make contact, but he did him a favor by throwing him a changeup right there, down and in. It speeds the bat up. He drives it in left center field. A couple of runs score. And how about a hustling Ryan Ludwig? He comes around all the way to third base on that as he reads that play coming into the plate. That's a nice bit of base running right there.
Ludwig not only so valuable in terms of his production, but Chris, I know you feel he's made a tremendous difference inside that clubhouse. In fact, Ludwig said following a couple of games over the weekend in Denver, and it's always easy to say when you're on a 9-game winning streak or a 10-game winning streak, but Ludwig's been around a while. And he said chemistry wise, this might be the best team he's ever played on.
That is impressive to say. You know, a lot of people don't think chemistry is important until you have a ball club that has none. And then you realize what you're really missing. This ball club's not missing that at all. And Ryan Ludwig, he may not know it, but he's a leader on this ball club. Just by the way he carries himself, by the way he plays. He gets out here early every day. Guy's ready to play when that ball is dropped.
2-1 now on Miguel Cairo. Volquez, who had gotten better in terms of not allowing early damage that has plagued him at times throughout his career, but 3 runs tonight, and now has given up a total of 15 first inning runs spanning his 22 outing. Right down the middle with a fastball, and Cairo looks at it for strike 2. Volquez knocking on the door of a 30-pitch opening inning, reminiscent of his last start, although he's already given up 2 more runs tonight than the 7 innings out in San Diego.
You know that his goal coming out here tonight was to simply go out and shut the Reds down. Now that he's given up 3 in the first inning, you wonder how much he will grind it out from here on out in this ball game. That's a pretty good pitch there.
But a pretty doggone good first inning. It began with the National League's Player of the Week. Drew Stubbs clubbing a home run, sparking a 3-run first.
really tough to deal with, but being able to have a week like I just had and you know, have a 10-win stretch in a row, it's pretty special.
Our Elk and Elk storyline: serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. The words from the Co-National League's Player of the Week, Drew Stubbs, who starts off a brand new week in his first at bat with a home run.
Do you think it's just a coincidence, though, with Drew Stubbs? I mean, any of the trade rumors that have been surrounding the Reds have all been about the Reds acquiring a leadoff hitter, a guy to get on base in front of Joey Votto. And it has always been Drew Stubbs. Try at the leadoff spot, try at the number 2 spot. And now they're talking about guys like Shane Victorino and Juan Pierre and Denard Span, all guys who are at the top of the order type players. And all of a sudden, the last couple of weeks, especially in the last week, Drew Stubbs goes off. And then you don't hear much about the trade rumors anymore. Is that more than a coincidence, or does a fear an actual motivator of even a major league athlete like Drew Stubbs?
It's a great question. I'm not sure it's one we're ever going to have the answer to, but there has to be more than just coincidence. As there is ball 4 to Yasmani Grandal to begin the second inning. And Chris, let's face it, you have until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That's a trade deadline. And a lot of Reds fans are going to be talking about this very topic for the game tonight. Tonight on talk radio, most of the day tomorrow. Will the Reds be pulling the deal, the trigger on a deal? That one hit down the left field line. First things first. The former Reds, Grandal and Alonso, begin this top of the second inning with a walk and a double.
Well, Yonder Alonso, that is a classic Yonder Alonso stroke, if you can have a classic stroke as a rookie. Guy loves to hit the ball the other way. He knows what Mike Leake's going to do. Probably come after him with a low outside fastball, try to make him roll over on it, get a ground ball double play. And he just takes it that way. The guy's got a good stroke. There's no question about it. There was just no room for Alonso here on this ball club. Not with Joey Votto manning first base.
So now Cameron Maybin, a center fielder, just a .218 batter. 4 home runs and 27 runs batted in. He has probably been the most disappointing San Diego Padre so far this year, coming off his best season in the major leagues in 2011. Leake falls behind him, 2-0.
Trying to get him to bite at something. When you get a guy like Cameron Maybin, who has not been doing well lately, sometimes they get anxious. So you want to tease him out there, see if he'll chase something that he would not normally chase when he's going good. But you need a strike here with a number 8 hitter coming up.
3-0. And a 4-pitch walk to load him up with nobody out.
Now the bad news is you've got bases loaded, nobody out. The good news is you're down at the bottom of the order. You're going to face a switch hitter, infielder Everett Cabrera, who's hitting .237, and then you've got Edinson Volquez hitting .081 on deck. So you do have a good chance of getting out of here with some damage control.
Cabrera, a far more dangerous hitter from the left side than he is from the right. And he takes off the inside corner, ball 1. Reds with a 3-run bottom of the first inning, and San Diego trying to answer. And Leake missing and missing and missing. 2-0.
Kind of sense the change in the crowd and the feel right here. They were rocking and rolling after the Reds put that 3 spot up in the bottom of the first inning. Now there's a lot of head scratching going on.
Finally got that inside corner.
Now, Chad Fairchild has never been known as a pitcher's umpire. His number is right down around 62.37, which is consistent year after year. That is a percentage of pitches he calls strikes. That's at the lower end. Not by much, but at the lower end.
Came back in there once more, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, once you get it in there for a strike, now you alert the hitter that I can get it in there for a strike, and he'll start chasing a pitch that's even in off the plate. Evidently, they love that inside pitch to Cabrera.
And a base hit on a 2-2 pitch into left field will bring in 1 run. They're still loaded, and there's still nobody out. It's a 3-1 game.
Yeah, they pitched him inside, pitched him inside, pitched him inside, and then got that ball out over a little bit. Instead of being way in on the plate, it was about inner third, and Cabrera just tries to hit that ball the other way, and he finds a hole.
So now Edinson Volquez a batter, only 3 hits and 37 at bats. And a tapper off the plate, and coming home and getting the out there on a nice play made by Mike Leake. So 1 out.
Well, there's no way you're going to get a double play on this ball, so Mike Leake's got 1 play, and he makes a nice play, fielding it, firing it in 1 motion. So you're thinking now, if you can get out of this inning with 1 run given up after having the bases loaded, nobody out, man, that's what you're gunning for.
Now Alexi Amarista, he lined out to Ludwig leading off the game, and quickly Leake jumps in front, strike 1.
He's trying to hit that ball the other way still. See a very late swing there, even on a breaking ball. Just to note that left field, which was a wicked sun field when he led off the ball game, is now in shadow, so it's no longer a tough place to play.
Padres have them loaded, 1 out. Reds leading 3-1. And it's a ball and a strike on Amarista. Inning began with a walk to Grandal, a double by Alonso, then a walk to Maben. Cabrera base hit to make it a 2-run game. A force out of the plate on a comebacker to Leake. And now the 1-1 to Amarista. Lined into right. Bruce has got it. Runner tags, coming to the plate. Throw there. Collision. And the runner is safe at the plate. Maben appears to be shaken up a bit, running into Devin Mesoraco.
Well, it looks like he may have hurt his arm as he came in there, jamming either his arm or his leg into the shoulder of Devin Mesoraco. They're going to help him down the stairs right there and take a look at him. You know, the way that throw was going up the third baseline, it didn't look like Mesoraco was giving Maben much of a place to get to the plate. Take another look. He was standing right in line, and there's no way that Maben was going to be able to get there without actually having that collision. I don't think he went out of his way to try to lay into Devin Mesoraco. He's right in the baseline. You can't expect the base runner to go around him, but man, Mesoraco preparing for the jolt. Guy's built like a fire plug.
Well, you're not lying. There are very few players in the game that you'd want to hit besides Devin Mesoraco. I mean, this guy, he is really put together, even when you're coming at full speed.
Well, Mesoraco got lower than Maven, and that's the bottom line. And those guys that get lower are usually going to be more protected in a collision.
All right, they're on the corners. There are 2 outs. Reds have a 1-run lead, and Al Leak has fallen behind yet another batter, and that's been an issue here in the inning. Outside of the first pitch, double off the bat of Alonso. Still taking a look at Maven down in that San Diego dugout. Swing and a miss on a 3-1 delivery to Will Venable. Runs the count full. This is a man that League needs to come after. Their best player is standing in the on-deck circle. It's already been a 2-run inning. Base hit into right field, and we're tied up. 2-out single by Will Venable, and after the Reds get 3 in the bottom of the first, San Diego answers with that number here in the second inning, and it's not through yet.
You know, I'm not sure if this is a factor, but it's worth considering out there. This is the first time that Mike Leake has ever pitched against the San Diego Padres. He's a kid who's from San Diego. He knows that this ball game is being broadcast back to his hometown. There'll be tons of friends, tons of family, all watching him. First time ever pitching against his hometown team, a team that he watched growing up, even though different people, different uniforms, but the same ball club overall. And you wonder if maybe he's a little bit more nervous tonight because of that factor. He just doesn't seem as aggressive as he normally has been over the last 5 or 6 starts.
Well, a 26-pitch inning for League to begin with a walk to Yasmani Grandal.
And really what this inning does is gives Edinson Volquez a chance to take a big old deep breath on that Padre bench and try to regroup. Although he's not on a bench right now, I mean it figuratively rather than literally.
But now the number 3 hitter in the batting order, their leading run producer is Chase Headley, and he bats with runners at first and second. 3 in, 2 out, and again Leake falls behind, ball 1. Roller foul. 2-1 on Headley. We talked about with Chase Headley, he's been their most consistent player on a team that has not been, you know, a ton to write home about offensively, but consider the ballpark in which they play. Two and one to Headley. 3 balls and a strike. Third walk of the inning by Mike Leake.
Boy,
Reds have activity in their bullpen. Getting up to throw is Alfredo Simon. It's been better than a 35 pitch inning for Mike Leake. And Carlos Quentin is the 9th batter to bat in a 3-run Padres second inning.
Boy, you know he's looking for a cookie right down Broadway right here.
Hot smash, it just ate up Phillips. 1 run scores. A 2nd run behind will score. A 5-run inning for the San Diego Padres against Mike Leake.
Now, it's a natural thing to happen when you just walk a batter to load the bases and you've got the number 4 hitter coming up. He knows you've got nowhere to put him. He's coming right at you if you get a fastball down Broadway, and Carlos Quentin lines it up there. That ball did just about undress Brandon Phillips. It was hit so hard. And boy, after the Reds score 3 in the bottom of the first, you're thinking, way the pitching his defense has been handling the opposition for the last month, that this was almost going to be enough runs for Mike Leake. Well, that's until the Padres bat again.
This is now 2 of his last 3 outings where Leake has been far less than even average. Yeah, he had the good start against Houston, but a start before that got kicked around by a pretty good hitting Arizona team. And tonight he will last all of an inning and 2/3, giving up 5 hits, 3 walks, all of those coming in this inning. So here comes Alfredo Simon. He's our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. Padres lead by a pair. Sunday, August 5th. That's for the Pirates in town coming this weekend. I don't know how you beat this. 2 of the best teams in baseball. For $20, you get 1 view level ticket plus $10 in concession credits. Friday, we have the fireworks, giveaways the entire weekend. 513-381-REDS or visit Reds.com today. Grandal led off this inning seemingly an hour ago with a walk. Went to 3rd on a double by Alonso, setting the table for what has been a 5-run San Diego second inning. And now Alfredo Simon delivers. Strike 1 to Grandal.
Now, this is something Dusty Baker and Brian Price really have not had to worry about in a long time, which is how to cover innings in a blowout game, or at least where your pitcher has gone out there and not given you much at all. Now we're going to have a timeout as Grandal. What did he do? Something funny? And we're going to call the trainer and Bud Black out there to find out what's going on.
Well, oftentimes when you see a guy make a big swing and a miss, the first two things that come to mind, the hamate bone on the hand or an oblique.
You wonder if maybe there was something going on prior to this ball game that they were watching Grandal with. They're going to take him down.
So here Yasmani Grandal having a chance to come to a ballpark that he dreamed about having a chance to play in, wearing a Reds uniform, #1 pick out of Miami of Florida. Began the year in AAA and appears to be a fixture at the catcher's position for San Diego for many years to come after the deal during the winter. And in his second plate appearance, a swing and a miss, and he will leave.
Yeah, it didn't take long for Todd Hutchison, their head trainer, to head on out there and talk to Grandal. There must have been something going on that we don't know about that he may have aggravated with that swing. Looks to me like he was very disappointed to be taken out of that ball game. Well, the Padres have had potentially a very tough game here. Carlos Quentin slammed into that left field wall very hard. Looked like he shook his left shoulder up. Cameron Maybin ran into Devin Mesoraco at the plate. I haven't seen him since. And now you lose their catcher, Yasmani Grandal.
There's Maybin there now in the back of your picture next to Kristen Norfie. I believe that's him. So the backup catcher, John Baker.
And now Paul Lasar is going to go out and talk to Devin Mesoraco.
I think we all took for granted after just watching the replay, and you talked about Mesoraco getting lower than Maybin on that collision in front of home plate. And generally, that's a guy who wins in that type of play. But make no mistake about it, that's still two pretty big, strong guys ramming into one another, or one ramming into the other. And Mesoraco, the guy who was rammed into. Well, Baker finally has made his way to the plate. Oh, and 1 the count. Runners at first and third. How valuable a pickup has Alfredo Simon been for the Reds?
You know, he kind of fell on their laps at the very end of spring training. Reds are looking at a number of other players who are in camp to make that roster, and at the last moment the Baltimore Orioles made him available, put him on the waiver wire. The Reds were there to pick him up. They knew he had a good arm, but he was kind of out of shape. He was big. He just wasn't in fit shape, and the Reds have worked very hard to get him in shape, and he's worked very hard to do that, and he's a whole lot better pitcher now than when they got him.
Now, granted, he has not pitched a ton of innings this year. He's pitching tonight in his 24th game, but among all National League relievers, he has the 3rd best ERA, behind only Lincoln with the Pirates and Kimbrel of the Atlanta Braves. And what's amazing is his Reds debut, he allowed a 2-run home run to Miami's John Buck. Since then, he's worked nearly 40 innings and given up a total of 4 earned runs.
Yeah, a lot of those ball games are more than just 1 inning, too. Those are the kind of games where you give up a run. Sometimes you come in and pitch 1 inning, and it's a rather easy thing to do. Your team is down by a couple of runs. There's not much going on offensively. But when you stretch it out over 2 or 3 innings like he's done a number of times, he's pitching some darn good baseball.
Still 3-2 on Baker. Pitched a very important inning in the 3rd in Colorado. That was when he was brought into a game where, Chris, he hasn't pitched in a lot of those, where it was a 3-0 game very late in the game, when an inning in the 3rd, allowed 1 hit, no runs.
You know, he gave some people the thought that maybe that was kind of a showcase job, that if the Reds were going to make a deal Somebody wanted maybe to see Alfredo Simon pitch, and that was a time when Dusty Baker could get him into a game.
Well, he's going to pick up the final out and stop the bleeding. 10 men back in a 5-run Padres second. To you by Miller Lite. And Reds fans, if a red hits the Toyota sign during our game tonight, Eric Kleinholz from Cincinnati will win the beautiful new Tundra on display each and every night at Great American Ballpark. Why not register for your chance to win at an upcoming game? Just stop by your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Reds with 3 in the first, Padres with 5 in the second. So 8-9-1. The Reds in a 2-run hole against their former teammate, for most of them anyway, Edinson Volquez. Ball 1 to Devin Mesoraco. Naturally, Alfredo Simon will bat, due up second here in the inning. Simon with a couple of at-bats so far this year. Still in search of his first hit, and Volquez has started out after his team got him 5 runs to put him in the lead, and he's fallen behind the number 8 hitter in the Reds lineup, 3 balls and no strikes. Three and 1 to Devin Mesoraco. And there's ball 4, and a good way to get it started here in the second. And who knows, the Reds may not get another hit tonight, but you know, we saw this at times with Edinson Volquez. He had some great moments, he had some not so great moments, and pretty much a lot of things in between. But if you're Bud Black or the pitching coach Darren Balsley, this just makes you shake your head.
But they've seen it before too. I mean, he has walked 74 batters, make it 75 batters in 129 innings. That's about 5 batters a ball game.
Then uncorks a wild pitch. Baker has stayed in the game to replace Grandal.
That is 7 wild pitches on the year. So I mean, this is a part of the package that you get with Edinson Volquez. And every time you get a guy like Volquez, there's somebody out there that says, you know what, I've got the answer with him. I'll figure him out. I'll show you how he can slow his delivery down or get his arm up or stay over the rubber or throw more pitches in the bullpen or whatever it might be to make him into a Cy Young type pitcher. And he's got the stuff to do that, but he's just missing that one little ingredient that enables him to throw the ball under control.
Not a real good bunt attempt there by Simon. Of course, he doesn't get many chances to do it.
Now, he's only had 2 at-bats lifetime, both of them this year. And you got a combination of that inexperience at the plate. Then you got Volquez, who can dial it up to 97, and he's throwing the ball all over the place. So you can be effectively wild, especially in a situation like this.
Baker will run it down for the first out in the inning. We'll get unprecedented access behind the scenes as the Blue Jackets get prepared for June's NHL draft. And it's premiering after Wednesday's Reds Live postgame show. From the draft to free agency to the Rick Nash trade, Fox Sports Ohio takes you there before the battle. All right, top of the order, runner at second base. 1 out for Cozart. He grounded to short his first time up. Breaking ball, strike 1. Pirates and Cubbies just underway at Wrigley Field in Chicago. Pirates starting today 3 behind the Reds. Boy, how would you like to be the Pirates? You win 7 out of 10 games and you lose 3 games in the standings to the team you're chasing. That's a big old hang with them.
A lot of people thought this division would never produce 2 teams like that.
Advancing on to third after the ground out to second base is Mesoraco, and here comes Drew Stubbs, who homered his first time up.
Well, he got a first pitch fastball from Edinson Volquez, went with it, a rocket shot the other way. And you got to wonder, Tom, if this home run by Stubbs against Volquez may have got into Volquez's head a little bit. I mean, that's a can of corn, maybe not because it was a line drive, but it's certainly not a home run in San Diego, not even close.
Well, runner at third, 2 are out. And a breaking ball in the first pitch this time is high. Back-to-back breaking balls. This one finds a strike zone. And a comebacker to the mound. So an excellent recovery by Volquez after walking the leadoff man. A runner at second, nobody out. 10 gamers in 99, 98 in the Big Red Machine, month of July in 75. Going back to after World War II, 12 the longest Reds win streak. 1957. Well, we told you with our Game Connect. You can check it out at foxsportsohio.com. Ask the booth. Larry Dale would like to know, will I shave my head if the Reds win streak goes to 15 games? My dad said he would if it reached 10, which he will be doing this upcoming weekend. Larry, I'm already starting to lose it in spots I'd rather not lose it. So no, I'm not shaving my head. That's up the first base line, and Yonder Alonso in his return to Great American Ballpark has a pair of doubles.
Elliott, one down the left field line. That was an Alonso stroke. This one right down the first base line. Almost looked like it hit the first base bag. Either that or went right over it. We get a great shot of it going down the bag. Did not hit it. Nice effort by Cairo. Not going to set any speed records, but that guy can flat out hit. There's no question.
Of course, Alonso is by definition a rookie. And he comes into the game tonight batting at .260, has 5 home runs, now 27 doubles. That's a very good number. 35 runs batted in. They've dropped him a little further down in the batting order than perhaps where we'll see him in future years. Tells you a lot about what they think of Grandal, the fact that they have him now after just a little over 3.5 weeks in the big leagues batting in a 5 spot. Now Maben, and it's in there, a fastball strike. Of course, Grandal had to leave the game earlier. For more on that, here's Jim Day.
Diagnosed with a right oblique strain for Yasmani Grandal on one of those swings, and I'm sure Chris Welsh knows this. Oblique injury, not the easiest to get over, so questionable whether he's going to return in this series.
Yeah, that's too bad, really. I was looking forward to watching Yasmani Grandal play a little bit, because that's one thing we really never did get to do. People would ask me about that trade, and I'd say, you know, I don't know. I've never seen Yasmani Grandal play or Brad Boxberger pitch. But evidently that was something that was already aggravated before this ball game, because it did not take long for Todd Hutchison, the trainer, or Buddy Black to come on out there and just take him right out of the ball game.
There's ball 4 to Maben, and not a good start for Alfredo Simon. A double and a walk to start the San Diego 3rd inning.
You know that Dusty Baker's in that dugout just crossing his fingers and his toes that Simon can get it together here. Doesn't want to see his ball club fall any further behind, nor does he want to have to use any more pitching early in the ball game. I mean, sometimes you sacrifice one game to win another game or several games in a series. Somebody's got to give you some innings.
Well, the Reds are in the midst of a stretch where they have, what, 1 game off in nearly 4 weeks of play. Well, that's a big help. First pitch swinging here by the number 8 batter Cabrera, and that's a routine out with a pitcher coming up. Reds play 7 days in a row, including 3 huge games over the weekend with the Pirates coming to town. Then they go on the road and play 7 consecutive days, 3 in Milwaukee, 4 in Chicago, before an off day against the New York Mets. In fact, the Reds only have 2 more off days from now until the end of August. August the 13th, and then again on August the 30th, and that is it. Out in front of the plate, Mesoraco calling off the pitcher Simon. He'll get the out of Volquez, give him his 3rd sacrifice of the year. 2 are out. Alfonso at 3rd, Maben on to 2nd. Fox Sports Ohio has been bringing you Reds baseball for years, and now it's time for us to bring you to Reds baseball. Find out more about the Fox Sports Ohio Fan Express, debuting this Wednesday at noon at the Banks, right next to Great American Ballpark. Come on down at lunchtime. Alexi Amarista with runners at second and third and 2 out. He had a sac fly RBI to right. He's hit the ball very hard twice in the game. A liner to Ludwig, a liner to Bruce. The second knocked in a run. Three consecutive breaking balls Simon has thrown to Amarista, and that's a first strike. Alonso began the inning with a double. He stands at third base. Maben followed with a walk. And 3-1 now on Alexi Amarista with Will Venable waiting.
And another breaking ball, or at least an off-speed pitch.
Wow, nothing but breaking balls against the leadoff man, Amarista.
That's a look of confusion right there by Brian Price. I mean, here you've got Alfredo Simon out there who can throw the ball up the. We've seen him throw as hard as 96 miles an hour. You got to throw strikes here to get out of the inning.
Venable at a run scoring single in the 5-run first, and he starts him out with a breaking ball. Comes back with a fastball. Venable tardy on it in foul ground, and no one able to get there. Bases loaded, 1 ball and 1 strike on Will Venable. Beat him with a fastball again. So after nothing but breaking balls to Amarista and a first pitch ball, 1 breaking ball to Venable. Back-to-back heaters in the mid-90s to get ahead. Good numbers for Venable with runners in scoring position. Padres with 5 runs in the second inning. They have them loaded with 2 outs here in the third. Good block on that pitch in the dirt by Devin Mesoraco, and the count even at 2-2.
He's already had to catch a whole bunch of pitches tonight. Mesoraco has. He's had a collision at the plate. Been an active night for Devin, and he's only in the top of the 3rd inning. He probably feels like he's in the 13th.
Simon settling on the rubber. Big pitch right here to try and keep it at a 2-run deficit. Break even pitch. Breaking ball outside, ball 3.
Now, that was the decision pitch. It always is on a 2-2 count, but even more so when you've got the bases loaded. Dusty Baker has not seen 2 2/3 innings like this in a long time out of his pitching staff.
It's a pitching staff that is fractionally behind the much hyped pitching staff of the Washington Nationals. Lined into left field on a 3-2 pitch, and this, my friends, will clear the bases. Will Venable on his way to third base with a 3-run triple to make it an 8-3 San Diego lead.
Now that's the reason why you want a decision on a 2-2 count. 3-2, base runners are off and running, and that ball goes to the wall. Normally would be probably, maybe you'd save the runner at third base and only have 2 runs on or 2 runs in, but this one will clear the bases with a triple. I don't think this is at all the kind of game that anybody anticipated. Not with the way that Edinson Volquez pitched against the Reds his last time out, the way that Mike Leake has been pitching. He's had a couple of setbacks recently, but overall he's thrown the ball very well since the month of April.
Well, justifiably so, with all the good things we've said about Alfredo Simon and the way he has pitched for this Reds team this season. You really scratch your head about some of the at-bats, however, here in this third inning. I mean, you walk Cameron Maybin. Guy comes in hitting .215. There's a pitch in the dirt that'll bring in a 9th run. So 5 runs in the second inning. 4 runs here in the third. That's a bad news. Good news is we have a long way to go in this one.
Boy, Devin Mesoraco, when you square off with an umpire, you're asking for it, and he did not take long for him to be ejected from this ball game. He's saying, how many strikes are you going to miss?
And he also said check swing somewhere in that sentence. I think that's what Mesoraco may have been arguing about. Boy, he's going to get his money's worth. He better be careful about making contact. Don't know whether or not Devin bumped the umpire there, Chad Fairchild.
I certainly hope not.
Well, we've seen the temper, the explosive temper of Mesoraco. But clearly there was never check swing there. But right there, he let the home plate umpire know he didn't like the call. And then maybe talking about some other pitches. And then see you later.
He just touched me. That's what he said. You just touched me, and that's it. Dusty, I want him out of here now.
So Ryan Hannigan naturally will come on to replace Devin Mesoraco. Well, we're only in the third inning of this game. We've seen a player leave with an injury. We've seen a collision at home plate. We've seen 12 runs and 10 hits by the 2 teams. And now we've seen a player ejected.
I can't remember seeing a game like this in this ballpark all year long.
You're right.
Downright weird.
All right, Ryan Hannigan now hanging the signs for Alfredo Simon. It is 2 balls and no strikes on Headley, and Simon having a really hard time finding the strike zone tonight. 24 pitches in the inning. He's already walked 2 batters. And we're going to hear this all night long.
No place to hide when you're the home place umpire. You don't even get the half inning off to go into the dugout.
There's ball 4 to Headley. 3rd walk in the inning given up by Simon, and the 3rd continues for Carlos Quentin.
Well, Chad Fairchild is one of these guys. He's an Ohio native. Born in Wakeman, Ohio. That's up in Huron County, way up in the northern part of Ohio. He spent 13 years in the minor leagues before finally becoming a full-time major league umpire. So he's paid his dues. 41 years old.
It's a lot of minor league baseball games, brother.
He's had a lot of ragging from some minor league managers, too. And you don't get promoted out of the minor leagues as an umpire just because you put the time in. There are a lot of guys down there that put a dozen years in and have never had a sniff in the major leagues. But he and Devin Mesoraco just didn't hit it off tonight.
And you wonder, clearly the contact made at the start of the argument appeared to be inadvertent. And no harmful intent whatsoever, but there are rules about there making any kind of contact with the umpire. And that generally means an automatic suspension for a player.
It does, and you got to figure that Devin Mesoraco was quite frustrated anyway. He may have thought that there were several pitches that Fairchild missed on the starter Mike Leake to change the entire ballgame. And now he feels bad about his guy Leake. Remember that Mesoraco catches Leake. He catches Homer Bailey. So he considers those 2 guys his guys. And he's trying to stick up for them.
Oh, and 2 the count on Carlos Quentin. Breaking ball misses. Runner goes. Throw to second. Finally. Whoa! It looked like they had.
I'm wondering if maybe Brandon Phillips short-armed that tag a little bit. Yep, didn't get the tag on him. And there was no argument from Brandon Phillips.
There have been a number of boos tonight for the umpire, and a couple of them for the Reds pitching so far from what is a pretty good crowd here, especially for a Monday night on a beautiful night for baseball. And you may remember the last home game the Reds played. Brandon Phillips really let some of the fans have it. Or during the last home stand, not the last game, but that game against Arizona, where they had lost 2 of the first 3. They fell behind 6-0. It was an ugly day. Ugly start to the game. Some of the fans that day very frustrated. Of course, a game where Phillips knocked in 5 and the Reds came back to win 7-6, starting this 10-game winning streak. Can they get this final out? They do. 9 runs in the last 2 San Diego innings. But still a long way to go. Reds down 9-3. Sunday, August 5th. That's this coming Sunday. Be a part of the Reds Community Fund Family Catch presented by Coldwell Banker West Shell. Cheer on the Reds. They'll battle the Pirates. It's a big series, and you can play catch on the field after the game. Visit Reds.com for tickets, or for more on the catch, Reds.com/catch today. All right, 3, 4, and 5 in the Reds batting order. San Diego with a 9-3 lead. Edinson Volquez on the mound. And it's ball 1 to Brandon Phillips.
Make him throw strikes. That's rule number 1 right now when you're down by 6 runs. He's the kind of guy that can run his pitch count up there, and you can get deep into this Padre bullpen early on if he continues to be wild. Walked the leadoff runner in his last inning. He doesn't look overly anxious to throw Phillips a fastball either.
When you're down by 6, we'll see if the Reds are going to be patient with the often wild Volquez. There's ball 3. Reds got 3 in the first inning. And there's a strike. 3-1 on Brandon. Pitch grounded in the hole at short, and that's out number 1. Time to take a look at our AT&T trivia question. Before Jay Bruce, who is the only Reds player in franchise history with 20 or more home runs in each of his first 5 years in the major leagues? Bruce doubled to left center field and scored in the first inning. In the air to deep right field, and that one will be gone. A home run for Bruce. Just beyond the leaping Will Venable to make it a 9-4 game.
I know one guy happy to be back here at Great American Ballpark, and that would be Jay Bruce. He gets one of those that are little cheapies right there. Just reaches out, pops it up into the air on a hot July night. That means you're going to be in the front row with a home run.
Boy, Venable can get up. The former basketball star at Princeton.
Boy, you're right about that. Wow.
So now Scott Rowland, he singled in, or walked and scored, I beg your pardon, in that 3-run first inning. A ball and a strike on Rowland. Well, the Reds have already come back once, just recently from a 6-run deficit. They'll try and do it again here tonight. Two and two on Rowland.
Well, he's got no feel for his breaking ball at all tonight. He's throwing fastball and changeups for strike. but he's not thrown many of those curveballs for a strike at all. And he's run himself into a situation where Scott Rowland's got a 90% chance of getting a fastball.
He got one, and he hits it right at the shortstop, Cabrera. 2 away in the inning. Good crowd on this Monday night here at Great American Ballpark. Glad to have you with us here at Fox Sports Ohio for Reds baseball, winners of 10 in a row. Sharing the best record in all of Major League Baseball with the Washington Nationals. Reds have a chance to have full ownership if they can find a way and come back to win this one. The Nationals have the night off. Cubs, by the way, in the second inning with a 1-0 lead over the Pirates. We'll keep you up to date on that one throughout the rest of the night. Cardinals are off tonight. They lost 2 in a row over the weekend at Wrigley Field after clubbing 5 home runs in their win on Friday. They lost Saturday and Sunday. That has been a very odd team this year, especially when you look at their pitching. We talk about how great the Reds pitching has been. In fact, the Cardinals through the months of June and July, their pitching runs neck and neck with anybody you want to mention out there. But it is their offense which has been sorely lacking, preventing them from getting on a big run like the Reds have been on of late. Cardinals are 6 games over 500. 7.5 back in the Central. One and 2 to Ludwig. Ludwig, that 2-run double to left center field in a 3-run first inning, giving him now 48 runs batted in far fewer at bats than the likes of Votto and Bruce and Phillips. Struck him out to retire the side. Bruce, a solo home run. We've played a wild 3 here tonight. Padres 9, Reds 4. Reds fan cam, and you might be featured on Reds Live. Testing your Reds knowledge and perhaps winning some great giveaways. Be part of the fun Friday at 6 at the Holy Grail on the Banks. 9 runs, 7 hits for San Diego. 4 runs, 4 hits for the Reds. Mike Leake, the Reds starter, lasting just an inning and 2/3 tonight, giving up 5 earned runs. And there's a base hit to begin the San Diego 4th inning by John Baker, who replaced the injured Yasmani Grandal in the 2nd. This is by far the worst outing Alfredo Simon has had as a Red. Had the 3rd lowest ERA among all National League relievers coming into the game tonight. And so far in an inning and a 1/3 he's given up 4 earned runs. That's more than he had allowed, or as many as he had allowed, in nearly his last 40 innings.
Well, you're bound to have an outing like this. I mean, I don't think there's a pitcher out there that doesn't have an outing or two like this once a season. Some guys have it a couple times a month. Reds don't have any of those guys.
Well, the beat goes on for Yonder Alonso. That's 3 at bats tonight, 3 doubles, and this will be his first RBI of the game to make it 10-4. Yonder Alonso coming back into Cincinnati. Had a double in the 2nd, a double in the 3rd, and a double in the 4th.
Now, he's in a ballpark where he will not hit a lot of home runs, but I'm really not so certain that his stroke will give him a lot of home runs. This is more of a Yonder Alonso kind of a swing right there. And, you know, what he's done tonight is hit 1 double down the left field line, another double down the right field line. Now he's found the right center field gap with 1. There's really only one spot of the ballpark where he hasn't hit a double.
Simon closing in on the 50 pitch mark. Ball 1 to Cameron Maybin.
I'm surprised to see Maybin really in the ball game. I mean, that collision happened way back in the 2nd inning, but he ran into Devin Mesoraco very hard and limped back to the dugout. I didn't know whether he hurt his hand or whether he hurt his leg. It's a quick healer. Of course, Maybin played some summer ball right here in Cincinnati when he played for the Midland Baseball Organization, the Midland Redskins, and the coaches that had him at the time said that he was one of the best that they had ever seen as an outfielder. And they've had some pretty good ones, like Ken Griffey Jr. Now, they weren't putting him in Junior's hitting category, but as far as being able to go get him, he can do it. He made one tremendous catch against the Reds in San Diego, going deep into left center field up against the wall to take an extra base hit away.
That would have been a home run by Joey Votto.
Would that have been a home run?
I think it would have been. I think he went up over the wall to get it. There's a ground ball that Cozart is able to get to and throw out Maybin. He didn't look like he's running all that well to me, Chris, but who knows? Alonso does advance. 1 out in the inning.
Might be that Jim Brown run, though, you know, where you limp back to the huddle before you rip off another 15 yards.
And run through 2 or 3 guys en route to 15. Reds infield draws in Roland, Cozart, Phillips, and Cairo. Number 8 batter Everth Cabrera with a runner at 3rd and 1 out, ball 1. '50th pitch of the game for Simon, and it's in there, strike 2 and 1. First time he's found the strike zone with a breaking ball in quite some time.
Got to stay stubborn with it.
Well, this big pitch right here. Trying to keep it at a 10-4 game. Pitcher due up next. And he got the swing and a miss for the second out of the inning. For a strikeout for Simon.
Yeah, that's an even better breaking ball right there. That's a right over the top curveball. It took a little bit more off of, and that's his first strikeout.
May have overheard the public address announcer mentioning Bill Bray is getting loose in the Cincinnati bullpen. Here's Edinson Volquez. That is a fair ball, and Roland will throw him out to end the inning. Padres get one. Reds trail again by 6.
And tonight is Fox Sports Game Connect night. We invite you to log on to foxsportsohio.com, click on Game Connect, and interact. It's the ultimate second screen experience, and tonight we've got a star-studded cast of bloggers here in the Fox Sports Ohio suite. They are interacting with you online via Twitter and via Fox Sports Game Connect. I am in the Fox Sports Ohio suite right now, and these bloggers in front of me blogging away tonight, including Mo Egger. You hear him on radio. Fox Sports Ohio girl Christine is down here, and our own Hall of Famer Hal McCoy is also chatting with you as he does each and every home game. Now, part of the Game Connect is not only interacting with other Reds fans on Twitter and through Game Connect, but you can click on Ask the Booth to ask questions to our own Tom Brenneman and Chris Welsh with the hashtag FSReds. And one question tonight, boys. Who do you sit when Joey Votto comes back? We will throw it back upstairs to the Champion Windows broadcast booth for that answer.
Chris Welsh.
Well, somebody not as good as Joey Votto. So
really going out on a limb there.
So you have 24 to choose from, right? I think what you do is you alternate time at third base with Todd Frazier and Scott Rowland. The question is, what personnel move will the Reds make? And oftentimes it really doesn't matter. The 24th, 25th player on the ball club doesn't win you a lot, but I'm not really sure what the Reds might do there. But sometimes those things take care of themselves. You have right before a guy's eligible or ready to come off the disabled list, someone else may get hurt, get nicked up, so he goes on the list, so you don't have to make a major transaction like release a player.
I tell you, who's looked pretty good in his very short stint with the Reds so far is Xavier Paul. You know, you talk about a 24th or a 25th guy not winning you many games. He helped them win a game in Houston the other night, had 3 hits, a couple of runs batted in. Has given the team some very good plate appearances so far. Been a nice pickup. He has been a short amount of time, but you know, look, We talk about it all the time, and I think we talked about it with Chris Heisey maybe more than anybody else on the entire team. What do you do when you get the chance? When you're one of the last guys brought in on a team, there aren't guarantees that you're going to get more than one chance.
Well, here's Xavier Paul, 5 for 11. If he's 0 for 11 right now, people are saying get rid of him. So it is what you do early on. You get a chance, you take advantage of it. Maybe a hit falls in. He looks like he gives you pretty good at bat. Dusty Baker's gone on to say, you know, he's been on the radar, at least for Dusty Baker, for several years. When he was with the Dodgers, Gene Klein's coach with the Dodgers, said, hey, this kid's not going to make our ball club. You guys ought to take a good look at him because I think he can play a little bit.
Well, Bob Shaver, longtime Major League coach, now a scout with the Washington Nationals, right-hand man of Mike Rizzo, talking to him before the game. He, too, is a coach of Xavier Paul in the minor leagues. They have stayed very close through the years. And Bob Shaver raved about him. He said for some reason, some of the higher-ups in the Dodger organization were just never sold on Xavier Paul. He said, I was his coach in the minor leagues, watched him every day. He said, I've always really liked him as a player, and he's an even better young man.
Well, the problem is, he would be the number 5 outfielder. And just from the standpoint of how your lineup or your roster lays out, do you have the luxury of having 5 outfielders? Or do you need 1 fewer infielder? Or do you get rid of a pitcher? Pretty sure that Dusty Baker likes the 12 pitcher part of his roster. I think most teams do.
Miguel Cairo gone swinging for the second time tonight. In fact, you could make an argument that the Reds right now, you're right about the 5th outfielder, Chris, but you could also make an argument that they're overloaded with infielders right now.
And they're overloaded with right-handed hitters.
I mean, you basically have Cairo and Frazier are 2 guys that are doing the exact same thing, and Frazier gives you the caveat of being able to put him into the outfield. Reds down 10-4. They bat here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Long way to go in this one. And the Reds have won 10 in a row, so you never throw in the towel too early on this bunch right now. 1-1 on Ryan Hannigan, batting for the first time since he replaced the ejected Devin Mesoraco. You know, this Reds catcher's core right now is gone. They had it lined up where they were able to break up the hard throwers in Cueto and Latos and Bailey and mix in Arroyo and Leak in between that group. But after Cueto came down with a blister on his finger, the way this team is lined up right now, Hannigan catches 3 days in a row, and then Mesoraco catches 2 days in a row. And Dusty said at point blank he doesn't like it this way. And if he finds another spot down the road, he's going to change it to where he had it before Cueto had the blister. Two and two on Ryan Hannigan. Ball 3. Chris Heisey stands in the on-deck circle and would bat for Alfredo Simon next. Bill Bray ready to go. Payoff pitch on Hannigan. Ryan rung up. Back-to-back strikeouts, overall 3 in a row for Edinson Volquez.
All of a sudden, Edinson might be finding a feel of that changeup, that off-speed pitch that he didn't have early on. And, you know, we've seen it before. I mean, with Edinson, sometimes he doesn't seem like he gets loose or gets a good groove until he gets 50, 60 pitches in. Well, now he's on pitch number 72 coming up. All of a sudden, he's not jumping at the hitters like he did earlier. He seems to have slowed his rhythm down just a little bit, and that's always a good thing for Volquez.
Two down, Heisey batting. Simon goes 2 1/3, allows 4 hits, 3 walks, 4 runs, all earned, 1 strikeout. Through 53 pitches in those 2 1/3 innings. If you're looking for a quick and delicious meal the whole family will enjoy, try JTM's Meatball Sub Kits. Pick one up today in your local grocer's freezer. JTM, let's create great dishes together. Hanging breaking ball is popped up. Quinton, a late break on it, and the shortstop peels off. And that is the first perfect inning of the night for either team. Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio, brought to you by JTM, creating great dishes together with the food service industry for over 30 years. Buy your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Visit buyatoyotadealer.com, including mobile. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. Of course, the Reds and the Bengals have teamed up today, one of 4 quote-unquote double headers. The two teams are cross-promoting. Bengals had a practice. Of course, no longer is training camp out of town. It's here now over at Paul Brown Stadium, and the field's right next to the stadium. So they had a practice earlier this afternoon and invited fans to come down, and they had a special ticket package, as they do 4 more times coming up, including twice, if I'm not mistaken, on this homestand. High pop up down the right field line, and over is Jay Bruce. 1 out. You know, it's not very often you see the Reds and the Bengals, you know, working together on a promotional event as Bill Bray takes over on the mound. But you know, they're really pushing hard this thing about, you know, you're a Cincinnati fan. If I'm not mistaken, it's Thursday. You can come down here, buy a ticket to the Reds Padres day game, and then they're playing a scrimmage game over at Paul Brown Stadium.
I've always wondered why they didn't work more in concert together on things like this. After all, as I remember, there was a lot of public money that went into building both these stadiums. One team may think that they got a better deal than the other, but that's long gone.
Two and 0 on Will Venable. been a big night for Venable. He came in with a total of 24 runs batted in for the season. And he has 1/6 of that total in his last 2 at-bats. And Bray has walked a left-handed batter on 4 consecutive pitches.
Now, you might make an argument that Bill Bray is still at the very tail end of spring training. I mean, as much time as he has missed. He missed all of spring training, missed the first couple months of the season. They bounced him all over the minor leagues on his rehab. Had a bad groin injury, then he had a bad back. It all set him back. He's got kind of a herky-jerky delivery anyway, and I think he's just battling some mechanical things that you don't get to work on when you're a short reliever. When you come in for one batter, not only do you have to throw strikes, you've got to throw quality strikes. And he hasn't been out there a whole lot to work out the kinks to kind of get himself smooth. This is a great opportunity for him to kind of find a nice little groove.
Chase Headley turns around to bat from the right side. 2-0. In fact, Bray has walked 9 batters in 4 innings since coming off the disabled list. To Headley. San Diego with a 6-run lead, and there's ball 3.
Carlos Quentin came up here in a very similar situation where Mike Leake had just walked the bases loaded, and he was looking for a first pitch right down the middle, got it and hit a shot up the middle that drove in a couple of runs. Now Bray has just issued 2 in a row. Is he hacking here? That one on the corner.
Been a very long road trip spanning a lot of miles so far for this San Diego team, but well, you'd never know it the way they're playing here tonight. They left San Diego, flew up to San Francisco, made the longest trip you can make in the National League, flying from San Francisco to Miami, and then Miami here to Cincinnati for the final 4 on this trip.
Yeah, they probably got into Cincinnati yesterday much earlier than the Reds did. They played a day game in Miami. Of course, with the time change and the long trip from the 2.5-hour flight or so from Denver to Cincinnati, Reds didn't get in until about 10:30. Although that's not bad. Reds got into Denver from Houston around 3 a.m. Of course, they were fortunate to have a day off on the following day. Yeah.
Well, that's late.
Even by your standards, huh?
Well, time and a place. Fly ball into right. And 2 gone in the inning.
Yeah, let's take a look at this at bat with Carlos Quentin. Bill Bray, Mazda pitch by pitch brings it to you. Bill Bray's been having a hard time throwing strikes. He's just trying to groove it on in there. Gets the first pitch right on the corner. And he's going right back out there again, trying to take some of the power away from Carlos Quentin. Tries a slider down and in, and another slider on the outer part of the plate. Quentin kind of a half swing there, and he flies it out harmlessly to right.
So now the left-handed batting catcher John Baker, we brought up earlier, if you weren't with us, Yasmani Grandal walked his first plate appearance. Actually, his first plate appearance, it came in the second inning. He wound up having 2 of them in that 5-run inning. But his second time up, he had a swing and a miss on the first pitch from Alfredo Simon, injuring an oblique muscle on his right side, had to leave the game. Baker wound up hitting a fly ball to left and singled and scored in the 4th. Bray has fallen behind another left-handed batter 2-0. The only other left-handed hitter he faced in this inning, Will Venable, he walked on 4 pitches.
Left-handers are hitting 0 against Bill Bray, but he hasn't gotten very many of them out. Coming into this ball game, he had faced 9 of them and walked 7 of them before and after the DL.
Foul out of play, 3-2 now on Baker.
So you got to use it as a positive spin, no matter how you look at it. If you're Bill Bray, but you got to continue to pump strikes. I can tell you that, Bill, you're not going to get that call tonight from Chadwick Jarrett Fairchild.
Nine walks tonight by Reds pitchers. All 3 that Mike Leake walked in the second inning came around to score. 2 of the 3 that Alfredo Simon walked in the 3rd inning came around to score. And Bray trying to prevent any of these 3 walks from coming in to score. Well, you brought up earlier, would Carlos Quentin be looking for something to hammer on the first pitch? You can ask the same thing for this guy.
Well, I guarantee you, he's motivated.
3 at bats, 3 doubles for Yonder Alonso. And that's a very good pitch to start him out. Now Bray ahead 0-2.
Trying to hit that into the river.
Struck him out to retire the side. 3 walks in the inning. 3 left. With the bat to 5th. Top of the order coming up. Can they get back in this one? Minutes before every game right here on Fox Sports Ohio with Reds Live, presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Everything you need to know coming up to Reds baseball at your exclusive home on Fox Sports Ohio. Beautiful night, good crowd. Disappointing night thus far for the home team. Coming back home to 10 consecutive wins, trailing 10-4. And we asked the booth on our Game Connect once again, and Chris Welsh, what happens if Devin Mesoraco is indeed suspended for bumping the umpire tonight?
Well, I presume Matt Carter means what do you do roster-wise? You can't go with one catcher, so you have to bring up another catcher. And, of course, the Reds have Diner Navarro down in the minor leagues, Corky Miller catching tonight. Those are the two active guys in the AAA area that the Reds have. Neither of them are on the 40-man roster. So it presents a problem. You know, you have to bump somebody off the roster. I think if the Reds aren't at 40, they're very close to it. So you bump somebody off the roster, or you add a player to it. You bring them up for a little while to fill in, because you can't go with one catcher. It's a lot easier to have a pitcher suspended or an extra player. You only missed 2 or 3 games. We're not even suggesting that he would get suspended, but if he did bump the umpire, then it's certainly a possibility.
Well, the Reds are down by 6 as they have the top of the order up here against Edinson Volquez, rolling in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Although if you bring up Corky Miller, it makes it kind of difficult to bring him up this weekend, because August 5th in Louisville is Free Fu Manchu Day in honor of Corky Miller.
Very nice. Tapper down to third, and Headley will throw out Kozak. I'll tell you what, these next roughly 18-19 hours are going to be fascinating to watch in baseball. There's already been a couple of big deals made. Question is, how many more are coming? There are all kinds of reports about this player or that pitcher, or, you know, not just the Reds, but teams all over baseball.
Actually, fewer about the Reds than most every other team. I mean, most teams fall into one of two categories. You're either a buyer, you think your team is in the race, and of course with the second playoff team this year, the wild card, they figure more teams would be in it, or you're a seller, you think your team is out of it, time to reload, get some good prospects in return. We've seen some of those, but you don't talk about or hear about too many of those teams that are neither, that are in a dire situation where they absolutely need to make a deal. And the Reds are one of those teams that, you know, I'm not even sure anybody's put them into a category of being a buyer right now. Everybody would like to improve their roster, but the question is, you know, do you bring a couple new players in here? Do you risk upsetting the chemistry that this ball club has developed? You're just coming off an 8-game winning streak. You've won, what, 17 of 19 with your best player on the disabled list for half that time. What's the urgency to fix something that doesn't appear to be broken?
When you brought up earlier, so much of it has centered around the top of the batting order, whatever form that may come in. But when you look at this Reds team and the way it's constructed, nobody's being moved in the infield. Ryan Ludwig's not going anywhere in left field. He's been their most productive player at the plate for quite a while now, Votto included when he was in the lineup. Diving play, they're never going to get Stubbs. That'll be an infield hit. Nice effort out there. So generally, Chris, it comes down to this man right here. And it's not like it's putting an inordinate amount of pressure on Stubbs. He's been around long enough now where you're able to form an opinion about him. The question becomes, do you believe that he's going to continue to get better and better and better here at the end of July through the rest of this season? And let's be honest about it. When you're considering a player like Stubbs, you're talking about years beyond this season. He's an arbitration eligible player at the end of the year. And is he a guy? And these are the questions Walt Jocketty and his staff has to ask as Stubbs gets a stolen base. Is he a guy you can hang your hat on for the rest of this year and for at least the next 2 or 3 years as your everyday center fielder batting near the top of the order?
Yeah, that's what you're trying to figure out if you're in that baseball operations department. What you see right now of Drew Stubbs, is this what you will see more of in the future? Or is he the player with incredible talent that has been perceived as underperforming so far? Yeah, I know he's a different player when you put him in the number 2 spot than he is the number 1 spot. He finally, before this ball game, got his on-base percentage up right to 300, which is the minimum standard if you want to be batting anywhere near the top of the order. I mean, the whole cause of the Reds' offense this year has been trying to get guys on base in front of Joey Votto. But when Joey Votto's been out of the lineup, it's been all different parts of the lineup that have begun to contribute. So you hope that that kind of momentum continues when Votto's healthy and gets back in there playing first base every day.
Stubbs in scoring position. Reds down 10-4, but we're only in the bottom of the 5th inning. Brandon Phillips is 0 for 2 in the game. Ball 3.
Well, Volquez can't believe the strike zone either.
And he shows his frustration, shaking his head, glaring back at the umpire.
Might not be a good idea to do that tonight.
Three and 0 on Brandon Phillips. Pumps the fastball right down the middle of strike. Well, you can see Volquez is upset.
Well, he hasn't exactly established himself as a great strike thrower in the major leagues. So if there is such a thing as giving a guy a benefit of the doubt, normally guys that are struggle with their control don't get that benefit of the doubt.
Pop up, short right. Out number 2. Phillips got beat on a fastball right down the can.
Well, it's a live fastball, and one thing about Volquez, you know, that the radar gun will tell you that he throws mid-90s, but he also has life. That ball gets halfway to the plate and just seems to take off on you. And that's the incredibly the thing about Volquez that you want so much. I mean, it's this kind of pitch right here that looks like it's right down Broadway that has extra life on it that caused Wayne Kripke to trade Josh Hamilton for Edinson Volquez.
Jay Bruce, he doubled to left center field and then really just a little chip shot into right that landed in the first row of the stands for his 21st home run of the year. That came in the 3rd inning. And he's part of our AT&T trivia question we asked you a while ago. Before Jay, who was the only other player in Reds history with 20 or more home runs in each of his first 5 seasons. And we say this all the time. Anything that has to do with home runs, extra base hits, or RBIs, our guess every time, the great Frank Robinson. Two and 0 the count to Jay Bruce. Volquez went up there for a second straight pitch, figuring Bruce might do the same. This time Jay lays off of it. Good hitters count here. 3-1. If Bruce finds a way to get on, Rolen runs into one. You're right back in this inning.
Now this ball club has already come from behind by 6 runs earlier in this year, and a lot later in the ball game than right now. We're only in the 5th.
There's a walk, and here comes Rolen with 2 on and 2 out.
Or can't you just feel Volquez wanting to throw it harder and harder? In that case, to Jay Bruce. Bruce took him deep his last time up. There's the comeback I'm talking about. July the 19th against Arizona. Boy, it looked like the Diamondbacks were just in complete control of that ball game. But it just seems like Volquez is just trying to throw harder and harder. Now, Aaron Balsley's just trying to settle him down.
I think he's still very upset with the umpire.
Well, he is. I mean, he's a very emotional kid. He must think that Cincinnati must have the best lip readers in the world, though.
Now, you know, Rolen is going to make Volquez work a little bit. That generally is his MO. He rarely ever jumps on the first pitch. Although, who knows here? He's walked and bounced out to short. Breaking ball is low.
There are some guys that you can look for the pitch on the first one and center it and have a good shot at it. Well, when you've got Volquez's stuff, you're not sure where he's going to throw it, number one. Chances are, if he does throw it, it might as well be on the corner or up and in. You have no clue. So it's better off to wait him out, especially when he gets into one of these streaks.
Rolen went after a fastball at 94 away from him. Drops it foul off to the first base side out of play. 1-1 to Scott Rolen. Reds looking for a gapper to put him back in his game. They're down 10-4. 2 on, 2 out, only in the bottom of the 5th inning at Great American Ballpark.
Volquez is nearing pitch 100. His next will be 98. And knowing Volquez, it could be 98 miles an hour, too.
Stubbs a runner at second base. Jay Bruce aboard at first. 2-1 on Rolen with 2 out. Breaking ball, and that is a foul ball, not by much. Rolling a long look down to Brian O'Nora, the third base umpire.
I don't think there's anything these umpires can do in this game tonight where they're going to get an applause from the fans that are here. We'll get a good shot at it, though. That ball on the fly has to land on the line or in fair territory, and it did not. O'Nora got it right. Why wouldn't Drew Stubbs just go ahead and steal third? I mean, there's nobody within 30 feet of him at second base. Volquez has already thrown a wild pitch in this game. He's got 7 of them on the year. That'd be a cheap little run to pick up.
Or you get it this way. There's a base hit by Rolen. That'll bring in Stubbs, and it's a 10-5 ball game. And Ludwig coming up. Well, Rolen right now is really swinging the bat.
Boy, he just grinds it out in this at bat. Barely hits a double down the line. Insides out this ball. That fastball just running right up and in on him. He's feeling better and better. With Stubbs out there, no problem scoring him from second base, and now a 6-run deficit is a 5-run deficit.
And you've got a guy who has been producing as well as anybody in the entire league over the last 3 weeks. For that matter, you stretch it out over the last couple of months, and that's Ludwig. 1 of 2 tonight, a 2-run double off the left center field wall in the first inning. First pitch, breaking ball. Strike 1 to Ludwig. That was pitch number 100 for Bullpen. Jay Bruce leads at second. Rolling the run batted in over at first. 2 are out. Ludwig in a tough spot behind 0-2. Struck him out. But the Reds get a run. They leave a pair. We played 5. San Diego leads by that number. Two weeks ago, tomorrow? They figured anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks. You know, we were talking with Jim Leland. I had the chance to visit with him last Saturday, and we were talking about all the advances in medicine and the rehabilitation. And of course, these players are so fortunate to have access to really around-the-clock therapy. You know, Chris, guy like you, guy like me now, I went under knee surgery a year ago, and, you know, you're lucky if you find a time where you can get in there, you know, like 3 days a week to do an hour of rehab. Well, these guys are going 4 or 5 hours every single day. There's a rocket by Cameron Maben right at Brandon Phillips. That's the way we begin the 6th inning.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tom. I think it does make a big difference to rehab. I can tell you that I blew out a meniscus when I was pitching for the Reds in the middle of the season. I pitched on the 21st or 22nd day back in the major league action. Now, that's not the same wear and tear you put on your knee when you're playing a position. You got to run the bases. You're tensing up and moving on plays every day. I mean, on every pitch. But
and that's why I was getting ready to say, you know, I'll be honest with you. And look, I'm not a doctor. I don't have a crystal ball. But I would be stunned if a player comes back 3 weeks after a meniscus tear. I'd be stunned. And be at 100% ready to go.
Well, I don't think you're
playing
gonna,
every single
no,
week.
I don't think you're going to be at 100%. You won't be at 100% after a month because it just takes your body a while to get back from surgery, even as non-invasive as it is nowadays. But, you know, 77 Joey Votto is probably better than 100% of a lot of other guys.
You're right about that. 2-0 on Everett Cabrera, and there's a high fly ball into left field. Room out there for Ludwig. 2 out. Kroger and the Reds are proud to offer you up a great value, the Kroger meal deal. Check concession stands throughout the ballpark for the Kroger meal deal. You get a hot dog, a bag of chips, a 16-ounce Coke, and during this homestand you get a pack of Rice Krispies treats. And you get all that for $8. The Kroger meal deal. Check it out in your next trip to Great American Ballpark. Well, the last time we saw Edinson Volquez, he threw 133 pitches in 7 innings. They're taking him out just over 100 pitches in 5 innings here tonight.
Well, he's had a lot more pitches under stress this game than he did in that other game. He got in that little bit of a groove against the Reds out in San Diego, and he ran him up there, but he still wasn't threatened a whole lot.
So Volquez will lead with a 10-5 lead. 102 pitches to be exact. Jesus Guzman is swinging a miss, 1-2. Strike 3 called. 1-2-3 for Bill Bray. So the Reds will have Cairo, Hannigan, and a pinch hitter. Down by 5. So with you, subscribing to MLB.tv today, MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Well, as you know, during the offseason, the Reds acquired Matt Latos from San Diego for 4 players. Starter Edinson Volquez. Tonight, starting catcher Yasmani Grandal. Tonight, starting first baseman Yonder Alonso. And just summoned from the minor leagues today, 4th player in that deal, former high-round draft pick by the Reds out of the University of Southern California, Brad Boxberger.
Yeah, they really liked Brad Boxberger. The Reds did. I don't think they really wanted to give him up in that trade. But in order to get a top-of-the-rotation type pitcher in which they had targeted Matt Latos, Padres held out for Boxberger, and he's now in the big leagues after spending most of the season down in the minor leagues. He was drafted second in the 2009 draft. He was a supplemental pick right after Mike Leake. Hard thrower. I mean, he has been known to throw very, very hard. The off-speed pitches, as you see right there, secondary pitches, just not sure of the control yet. That's a work in progress.
Well, you saw his walk total in 38 innings and walked nearly 20 batters. But a pile of strikeouts in those 38 innings, 55 of them.
Well, what the minor league coaches of the Reds always liked about Boxberger, other than his arm, I mean, the scouts can put a radar gun on you and they can say, hey, the guy throws mid-90s, he got a great arm. But what they love is demeanor. I mean, he was a kid that just really has that little edge to him. Doesn't get rattled easy. And he wants a piece of you.
When I said earlier that he was brought up from the minor leagues today, don't want to mislead everybody. Boxberger has been with a major league club already this year. So tonight is not his major league debut. Cairo up there hacking at the thrown ball. That one almost hit him in the wrist. 3-2 to count on Miguel Cairo. We have 2 balls and 2 strikes to count on Cairo. I beg your pardon. That one fouled away. Cairo Hannigan, and then we'll see. Foul tip. There'll be an 8th pitch in this at bat. Miguel, a big deep breath, and he's hacking again. Fouled off behind the plate, out of play. One out. Cairo has struck out all 3 times up tonight. Xavier Paul stands in the on-deck circle and will bat for Bill Bray. Here's Ryan Hannigan. Showed you Paul's numbers a little bit earlier since the Reds brought him on board. He's looked very good. Reds trying to get a little bit closer. They're down by 5 here in the 6th. And it's very clear that if you take enough pitches from Boxberger, you're going to have people on base. Sure, he has to be very nervous out there. I mean, even though it's not his major league debut, it's not like he's been around all year, and he's pitching for the team, of course, that originally drafted him. In there, strike 2-1.
Well, it doesn't really appear to me that he's got the kind of delivery that lends itself to consistent arm release point. He looks like he can be very deceptive. Kind of body flies at you first, then your arm comes whipping around. He's got a few kinks to work out. That front arm, and you watch that front side when he breaks his hands, that glove of his really goes, he flails is what the pitching coach would call it. You watch that front arm right up here, and as that glove really starts flailing wide open. Not too bad that time, but he's a little bit working around the ball. But if you put the kind of strikeout numbers up that Brad Boxberg has done in the minor leagues, especially at the AAA level, you're either, number one, got a great arm, or you are very deceptive.
And he might be a little bit of both.
Yeah.
That ball is tagged by Hannigan, but plenty of room out there in right center field for Maven, and there are 2 outs in the inning. Xavier Paul will bat with 2 outs and nobody on. Reds trailing 10-5. Cubbies all over the Pirates. Pittsburgh had a 2-1 lead in that game. The Cubs have scored 5, making now 6 unanswered runs. They're in front 7-2, batting in the bottom of the 5th inning. Cardinals idle tonight. Now, Paul is a guy that is going to make Boxberger work a little bit. Hannigan got him at 3-1, fouled away a pitch, 3-2, a fly ball to right. You know, the very first at bat Xavier Paul had as a Red, he swung at the very first pitch, hit a fly ball into left field. I don't think he's come anywhere close to swinging at a first pitch since then, with the exception of when they asked him to bunt down in Houston. 2-1.
He's fit in nicely.
And he takes ball 3. Jumps all over this one into right field, and it's up against the wall. This is going to be perhaps no, but you're down by 5 runs. He's pulling the chute there.
Yeah, with 2 outs especially. Boy, that's a nice short swing, isn't it? I mean, he's also got to be a guy that, you know, nowadays you're glued to all sorts of things if you're a player. You got the social media working. We've got all sorts of things like that going on tonight. So you know that there's all sorts of rumors out there about your ball club, what they're looking for. They're looking for a leadoff man. They're looking for a left-handed hitter. Well, you're right now that left-handed hitter off the bench who might be the most likely to go in the event of a trade. So you're going to step it up as much as you can if you want to stay in the major leagues, and Xavier Paul has done that. He's 6 for 12 now. That ain't too shabby.
Not too shabby at all. All right, well, let's see. I mean, all of a sudden, you just never know. We talked about it before. The Reds have already come back from a 6-run deficit on their just completed homestand against Arizona. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Here's Cozart, hitless in 3 at-bats, 3 groundouts. But Zach has been real jumpy at the baseball here tonight. Stubbs waits on deck. Two and 0. Stubbs already with a couple of hits, couple of runs scored, including a home run back in the opening inning to right field. Two-out pinch hit double by Xavier Paul, and it's 2-1 to Cozart, and it's ball 3 away. Stubbs will bat with 2 on and 2 out. Aaron Bosley, the San Diego pitching coach, under the one-time Anaheim pitching coach, manager Bud Black.
Had a very fine left-handed pitcher in his day. And he's seen enough games at this ballpark, and he is either in person or on television to know that 5 runs, that may mean a lot in San Diego, but in this ballpark, especially in July when the weather is heated up and the ball is jumping out of here like we have seen tonight, that can get away from you in a hurry. Getting his fingers done today will get his toes done tomorrow.
Nissan drive of the game in the very first inning. We thought the Reds were going to take it to these Padres, jumping out to a 3-0 lead. But San Diego scored 9 runs in the second and third innings. Tacked on another in the fourth, but the Reds trying to get back in it. And there's strike 1. Off speed on the first pitch to Stubbs. Stubbs has also bounced to the mound, had an infield hit, stole a base, scored a run in the 5th. You find a long one here, find a gap here, and you're really back in the ball game. And there was a pitch to hit, and Stubbs knew it. Two on Stubbs. Good eye to take it low. Xavier Paul, a 2-out pinch hit double off the wall and right. Cozart walked. And now Stubbs looking for a 2-out hit to keep the inning alive. Struck him out, inning over. We played 6. San Diego with a 10-5 lead.
Ohio, Jim Day back with you up here in the Fox Sports Ohio suite. It is Fox Sports Game Connect night. We hope you are connecting online through foxsportsohio.com and Fox Sports Game Connect. Not only can you interact with other Reds fans and interact with us using the hashtag FSReds, you can ask questions to the booth, and you can chat with Hall of Famer Hal McCoy, who's with me now. And Hal, you told me that your hands are cramping up. You can't keep up with the responses.
Thank you very much, JD, for rescuing me from that laptop. Yeah, I'm getting stiff fingers and a stiff neck. They're keeping me busy. I'm about 30 minutes behind in answering questions.
Well, there's been a lot that's happened in this game to debate about as well.
Well, they don't talk too much about the game when they get this far behind. We talk about restaurants and barbecues and movies and books, a little bit of everything. I have an eclectic group on there.
Very nice. And you can go online and chat with the Hall of Famer Hal McCoy, not only about baseball, but hey, you're eclectic too, Hal McCoy. He's been around the block a few times. He knows about restaurants, especially out of town. Boys, let's go back upstairs to the Champion Windows broadcast booth. Maybe some questions for favorite restaurants of Tom Brenneman.
You know, I was wondering if you still have Hal McCoy there. Is he still pecking away with 2 fingers?
Let me ask him. Are you still, I will phrase it as typing with 2 fingers?
I am a full, both-handed, all fingers, all thumbs typist. Okay. I type about 130 words a minute.
Wow.
Come on, Chris Welsh. Don't question a Hall of Famer.
I can't even read that fast.
Can't question a Hall of Famer and his keyboard. I mean, come on.
No way.
Doesn't matter if it's 1 finger, 2 fingers, or 10. The man's Hall of Fame material.
Saw Brian Harris up there, Josh Shreve, Brandon Kraling, all from the Red Reporter.
Giving some love out to the Red Reporter.
Well, we have we have our main man Joe Luckham up here as Jose Arredondo takes over on the mound.
They have a tendency to crush you every once in a while, you know.
You know what? Doesn't bother me a lick. There's a real good reason why. You know why?
Because it happens to me more?
No, does it happen to you too?
All the time.
All the time. Guys have nothing better to do than to sit around and blast the guys doing the games on a radio or TV. Yeah, I can dig it.
Actually, that's me as an alias.
Well, then you have nothing better to do. It's all right. 2-0 the count. And here's strike. As long as guys are not out breaking the law and causing trouble, and they want to sit around and just rake whomever over the coals, God bless them.
That's why it's there, really.
Is it really?
I don't know.
That's why it's here. 2-1 to Will Benham. Count even now. Venable, a big night tonight. Struck out in the first inning. Had an RBI single in the 5-run second. A bases loaded, bases clearing, 3-run triple in the 4-run third. And drew a walk into 5th. Arredondo, the 4th pitcher used tonight. Got a very short outing tonight, as Venable has gone on strikes from starter Mike Leake. Allowed 5 hits, 3 walks, 5 runs in an inning and 2/3. Simon, then Bray.
That little splitter that he pulls down on his index finger to get kind of a rotation that comes out like a screwball going down and away from a left-hander. That's one reason why Jose Arredondo has been so good against lefties this year. In fact, there was a while there that Dusty Baker was using him in tight situations almost like a left-handed reliever.
And will continue to do so if it's any earlier than the 8th inning before we get to Marshall and or Chapman in the 9th. As Bray continues to try and work his way back into that sort of role, but Bray has struggled so much throwing strikes. 2 scoreless innings tonight for Bill.
Yeah.
Although he did walk the bases loaded in that 5th inning, but got out of it.
And you know, you can build on that. If you're Bill Bray, you're thinking, hey, I'm worried about the zeros up there. Trying to get some touches, trying to get a little bit of a groove going. I think a night like that where you get 2 innings in under your belt can really be helpful.
Arredondo, a 1-2-3 inning. So Phillips, Bruce, Roland, Reds hoping for more in the bottom of the 7th, trailing 10-5. Postgame Faith Concert featuring Grammy-winning band Mercy Me, presented by our friends from Prasco. Make sure to take advantage of the Meyer Family Day deal, where one family member purchases a full-price ticket, gets the option to buy 3 additional tickets at half price. So you got a lot going on. Reds and the Cubs August 19th. Faith Concert after the game with Mercy Me. Visit Reds.com/faithday. Look forward to having you down here Sunday, August 19th. Joey Votto hanging down the Reds dugout. Reds can't wait to get him back. Look, I got that bat in his hands. He'd be batting in his spot right here as we begin the bottom of the 7th inning in the 3-hole. But tonight it's Brandon Phillips and Jay Bruce, Scott Rowland. Still Brad Boxberger on the mound despite a 30-pitch inning. Got into 2-out trouble, allowing a double and a walk, but fan Drew Stubbs to retire the side. Reds are down 5 as they bat in the 7th. Hit off the end of the bat in the air, right side, and out of play.
You know, Tom, we had a question earlier in the game from one of the fans on our Game Connect about what would the Reds do in the event that Devin Mesoraco did get suspended. And we speculated that they would bring up another catcher and so on. That's not the case. When you have a player suspended, you play short. So there is no roster move to replace that guy on your roster. If you have one player gone, you're going with 24 players. And in the event of when a catcher is suspended, which does not happen all that much, you play short with a catcher. So it puts you in somewhat of a tenuous situation if you're Dusty Baker and you've got just Ryan Hannigan, who's a real catcher. You may have your number 3 catcher on the ball club. I'm not really sure who that might be.
High fly ball into right center field. 1 out.
Probably Wilson Valdez. I might kind of like to see how Drusick strap on the equipment.
He wouldn't.
No, I know he wouldn't. Just for photo op.
Yeah. That's going to be it for Boxberger, coming back to pitch against the Reds, an organization that drafted him, signed him, began his development in the minor leagues, and then sent to the Padres in the Matt Latos deal. So we've seen all 4 players that went from the Reds to the Padres in the game tonight. Come to an end here tonight. Still a little ways to go. One deep into the 7th, and now left-hander Alex Henshaw comes on to face Jay Bruce.
Yeah, somewhat of a local guy for San Diego. Went to he's from Pomona. Went to San Diego State. His first year with the Padres. Spent a year plus with the San Francisco Giants. Comes in to pitch against Jay Bruce, and he's been good against left-handers. Henshaw has. He's got an batting average against him down the 150s against lefties. Although he has given up a home run to a southpaw this year.
Jay's been on base all 3 times tonight. Double into left center, home run to right in the 3rd inning, a solo shot, and drew a walk in the 5th. So a much better night for Jay Bruce. I heard you and Jim Kelch talking during the telecast yesterday. You know, another part of this amazing Reds run, they've been without Votto for a couple of weeks, and really they've been without pretty much any production whatsoever from Bruce during this entire month of July. Bruce came into the game tonight with 1 more day to go this month, batting 193 with 3 home runs and 8 runs batted in.
That sounds a lot like what Josh Hamilton has done during the month of July.
Yep. So that's one of those where you count your blessings, and you know your 2 big hammers in your lineup, or you know 2 of the 3 anyway, the guys you're counting on at the beginning of a year. Virtually no production from either one of them, and yet you've had one of the best months in franchise history.
Well, all it does really is remind you, like you should need to be reminded again, that you win at any level in baseball with pitching and defense. Reds won a lot of games, tight ball games and low scoring games. It's those ball clubs that do that are really better positioned when they get through the postseason than those that outslug their opponents all year long.
Bruce trying to get on and keep this inning for Scott rolling. And now Henshaw off the rubber, right back on it. He'll look in to get the sign from Baker. Both starting catchers out of this game. Rondal to injury. Mesoraco thrown out. Bruce on for the 4th time tonight. So now the left-hander Henshaw is going to face right-handed batters Rowland. Ludwig a righty waiting. Likewise for Cairo and Hannigan. And for that matter, the rest of the entire Reds bench. They've already used their only left-handed batter, Xavier Paul, with a pinch hit double an inning ago. You know, you get the feeling, couple of innings here. They left 2 on in the 5th. Yeah, they scored a run, but they left 2 on. They left 2 on in the 6th. It's going to take more than one big hit, but you get the feeling if they could get that one big hit, that they'll start believing it's going to be a springboard to rally in this game from 5 down. Just the way they've been playing of late.
Well, the key again, I think, has been the bullpen, that they have not given up anything to the Padres the last 3 innings.
I mean, coming from behind would be nothing new for these Redlegs, trailing after 6. Granted, it's only winning 24% of the time, but that's best in a league. After 7, 13% of the time, but second best. And then trailing after 8, the best. So those odds are slim. There's no debate about that. But the point is, they believe they can do it because they have done it. Ball 4, and the Reds have 2 on again. Brad Brock, a right-hander, is getting loose. And Darren Balsley, the pitching coach, wants to find out if Brock is ready down there. I mean, he just got up. See, he's cranking it up in a hurry. And they're going to bring him in a game. Henshaw comes in, faces 2 batters, and walks them both. So it will be Brock coming on to face Ludwig, and the Reds are looking for that big hit to get him back. Ryan Ludwig, a big-time moment over the weekend. Couple of home runs in the win on Saturday night in Denver. And the 28,140 in attendance here tonight would be rocking and rolling if Ludwig can find the seats right here and right now to make this a 2-run ball game in the 7th inning. Brad Brock, the right-hander, comes on from the San Diego bullpen.
Now, one thing he's been very good at this year, Brad Brock, is not allowing inherited runners to come in. He's allowed only 8% of the ones he has inherited, so he's stranded 23 of 28. That's what is a main thing on the Padres' minds right now.
Ludwig 1 out of 3. Had a 2-run double in the opening inning. Has struck out each of his last 2 times up, including stranding 2, ending the 5th inning. Thrown to the backstop. And I can hear Marty Brennaman even now saying if the Reds come back to win this game, I'll shave my head.
Actually, he's going to have to already shave it. So he may have to say, I'll grow it back and shave it again.
Can't wait for that. Well, now you're a single away to draw within 3. Oh, and Ludwig was thinking about making it a 2-run game with that hack. You know, Chris, you say it all the time when you have games like this, and we don't have them very often. 2 right now is a good start. And there's a liner right in the shortstop. Huh? 2 out in the inning. Cairo's going to bat. He's 0 for 3 tonight and has struck out 3 times.
Well, a little frustration there by Ryan Ludwig. You can't hit it any harder than that, though. I mean, that was just right on the screws.
Reds only have Wilson Valdez and Todd Frazier left on their bullpen. They use Heisey early on. Hannigan had to replace the ejected Devin Mesoraco. And Xavier Paul came on to pinch hit. Had a double in the last inning. Cairo beat on a fastball in. 1 ball and 1 strike. Bruce and rolling with walks here in the inning. A wild pitch advanced him. 2 are out. Oh. 2-2 to Cairo. Field in. Taps it out on the plate. 3-2 pitch. Got out of play. Well, the Cubbies are laying it on the Pirates. And Eric Bedard, 13-4 Cubs. Reds are down 10-5, looking for a big hit from Cairo. And a broken bat instead, down to third. Would have been a rough night for McGill. Reds have left 6 in the last 3 innings. Just can't break through yet. The 7th. Trying to get closer from this 5-run deficit, but off we go, and that's where it stands to the top of the 8th inning. Jose Arredondo with a 1-2-3 inning. Boy, this Reds bullpen, last couple of pitchers anyway, Bray and Arredondo, have worked 3 hitless, scoreless innings. Why not enter to win a Cincinnati USA getaway package, including attraction tickets and hotel accommodations? Just visit CincinnatiUSA.com/Fox Sports. 6 games remain on this homestand. 3 with San Diego. Night games tomorrow, Wednesday, afternoon game Thursday. And then the top 2 teams in the National League Central. Teams with the first and third best records in the entire National League will collide starting here on Friday night. Pirates in Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon. Told you the San Diego team, they feel very good about the way they're playing right now, and why not? I mean, a team that is 4 games over 500 here in the month of July. Bud Black talks about, with all the starting pitchers they've used a dozen of them. And finally getting some good health up and down their position players, starting with a guy who's batting right now in Carlos Quentin and getting him regular at bats every day. Yonder Alonso, Yasmani Grandal, although he did leave hurt earlier. A 14-10 month, and 6 outs away from a 15-10 month. When you're a team that starts a month 20 games under 500, you feel very good about that 31-day stretch.
Oh, you're right about that, and it's a ball club that is trying to put the pieces together to have a nice foundation for the future. They didn't think that Matt Latos was. They thought Latos was maybe too far along for them. That ball's hit well.
In a deep left center field off the bat of Quinton, and the lead is back to 6. Carlos Quinton with his 10th home run.
So they trade Matt Latos, who would have begun to cost them too much money in exchange for a number of players. They've done that a number of different trades over the years. And then you've got a nice foundation. They're getting a lot more money in TV money coming in over the next few years than they had before. They've got a new owner coming in, and they think that they've got a chance to compete in that National League West here in just a couple of years. And I mean compete and be right with the big boys. And Carlos Quentin is going to be a big part of that. He just signed a 3-year extension.
You know, Chris, to be honest with you, now we did not see the Dodgers when they had Matt Kemp or Andre Ethier.
Or
we have seen the Giants. And the Reds just wore the Giants out. I mean, they beat them 2 out of 3 here. A 9th inning home run by the Giants prevented that from being a sweep. And the Reds went out there, played very well in San Francisco. You know, and maybe you could say this for most every division around baseball. But I don't think in that National League West, and it's been proven year after year after year in that division more so than any other division, of teams that have gone from last in the division or 4th out of a 5-team division and leapfrog to 90-plus games a year later.
And you do that while having a couple of pitchers just have banner years, like the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Absolutely.
So when you have a ballpark like Petco Park, where it's a much better park to pitch in than nearly any other park in baseball, might you have a leg up on everybody else when it comes to attracting a free agent pitcher?
Well, I think you would, but wouldn't I'd turn the question around and ask you, you know, if you were an offensive player, if you're not being sent there in a trade where you have nothing to do with it, do you have any chance whatsoever of getting an offensive player to come to your ballpark?
Well, it depends what type of offensive player you are. If you're a home run hitter, then absolutely not. I'm not going to Petco Park. But if I'm a speedster, where you find some big gaps out there and you can run, and that's maybe the kind of ballpark that they build. A line drive hitter like Yonder Alonso's got a swing that is not going to give him a lot of home runs, but it's going to give him some base hits. And there's a lot more green area between the infield and the outfield in Petco Park than there is here at Great American Ballpark, because the outfielders have to play deeper. So you get more opportunities for certain types of hitters.
Of course, then again, you can make the same argument as far as the San Francisco Giants are concerned. I mean, you know, they took a flyer and they were paying a guy a lot of money to pick him up on the final year of a deal in Melky Cabrera, that kind of the hitter you're talking about. Not necessarily a big slugger. They have a hard time scoring runs in that big ballpark. But a certain kind of a hitter can do very well there, just like Petco. I just always wondered, it's the old adage you used to get into, and I used to debate this with the late great Ron Santo and Steve Stone when I was working in Chicago about, you know, every team tries to build their team, and it's what you're talking around your home ballpark. Now the Giants did win the World Series 2 years ago, so maybe there's the answer to your question, but many feel like, I'm not going to use the word fluke, because a world champion is never a fluke, but you know, can you take that kind of a team built for Petco, built for AT&T Park in San Francisco, and then consistently go and win in smaller ballparks where you need more offense?
Well, you win if your pitching's good enough. Because good pitching will shut down good hitting almost every time. Not sure, there are going to be times when your pitcher pitches a great ball game, he loses 2-1 because you can't get anything going behind him. That happened to the Giants a lot in the year that they won the World Series.
Giants swept over the weekend, 3 in a row against the Dodgers. Those two teams beginning even atop the National League West. Dodgers maybe a little bit of a letdown. Arizona's jumped in front 3-0 in the first inning out at Dodger Stadium tonight. Mets and the Giants scoreless in the second in San Francisco. Well, we're looking at some video of Wrigley Field in Chicago, where the Cubs are blowing out the Pirates. Here's a swing and a miss by Maben. And in the dugout, Reed Johnson, a backup outfielder, Giovanni Soto, who's been their primary catcher for a number of years, were taken out of the game and were seen in the dugout giving their teammates hugs as they walked back in to the clubhouse. I mean, the Cubs have made it very clear they are looking to clean house with anybody who's making any money to speak of. Ryan Dempster and Alfonso Soriano have been the two primary names we've heard most about. Padres here with an 11-5 lead. You and I were talking before the game about the Ryan Dempster situation, where he has let it be known as a 10-5 guy, 10 or more years in the major leagues, 5 or more with the same team, which he's been with the Cubs, longer than 5. They have a right to veto any trade should a team want to trade them, and the Cubs want to trade Dempster. And at least so far, and of course he can change his mind, he has said that he's only going to the Dodgers in a deal if they want to move it.
That puts the Cubs in quite a tight spot, because once the Dodgers hear that, of course, they can make their offer just as minimal as possible to try to steal Ryan Dempster. So far, no go, but you wonder if that will change as the deadline approaches Tuesday at 4.
You know, Chris, I asked you, and obviously when you've earned that right as a 10-5 guy, you've earned that right. Those are the rules under which we play. But, you know, if you're a guy like Dempster who's going to be a free agent at the end of the year, you know you're going to get your big payday because he's had a very fine season. He's had an outstanding career. He's one of the real good guys in baseball. But he's never won a ring. There's a fly ball into left center field, and Stubbs with a racing effort to get there. Wow, what a nice play that was by Drew Stubbs. So we go to the bottom of the 8th. Reds still down by 6. By home plate umpire Chad Fairchild had words, and it led to a slight tap with a finger Fairchild threw Mesoraco out of the game. And then had to be restrained by manager Dusty Baker.
Well, part of that looked like a pretty good acting job by Chadwick Jarrett Fairchild. When he jumped back, making it like Devin Mesoraco was attacking him. There were some tempers there, there's no doubt about it, but the rule is very clear. Do not make contact with an umpire, period. And even inadvertent contact can land you a suspension, and the Reds might be looking at that with Devin Mesoraco. That would leave Ryan Hannigan as their only catcher on the ball club, during which time Mesoraco would be lost to that suspension. Of course, we don't know any of that's going to happen yet.
Eric Stoltz takes over on the mound for San Diego, pitching in just his 6th game. Excellent job done by Brad Brock. He came on with 2 on, 1 out. Got Ludwig on a liner to short, and Cairo on a bouncer to third. San Diego tacked on a run on the Quinton home run in the top of this 8th inning, so the Reds down 11-5. We talked about Reds pitchers walking 9 batters here tonight. San Diego pitching 6 walks issued. But the Reds have only been able to cash in on 1 of those. One out. Coming up after tonight's game and every Reds game, Fox Sports Ohio will break it down. Chris Welsh will be on hand for Reds Live, brought to you by Kings Honda in the Kings Auto Mall. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. Wilson Valdez will come up and bat for Jose Arredondo, who goes 2 innings, allows a couple of hits and a run with a strikeout. Reds will be leaning hard. Game 2 starter in this series tomorrow night, Homer Bailey. And Bailey, more times than not, has been more than up to the challenge so far this year, just having an excellent season. Soft liner caught, 2 away. Well, the question is going to be today debated after the game tonight, well into the night. Chris, I would imagine this is one of those nights where you're a baseball general manager, or, you know, very close to the general manager inside of a baseball operations department. It has a chance to be a very long night ahead. Now, you have until the late afternoon tomorrow to reach a trade deadline. But I mean, there are so many teams out there that are trying to acquire players, perhaps, you know, a lesser number of teams looking to deal players. I mean, Walt's been wearing that phone out all night long. And in this day and age, a lot of texting going on between general managers and potential deals.
Well, you know, it also includes owners of ball clubs as well. So if it goes late into the night, you got to figure that they're going to make more than just one pot of coffee. Because if it's a big deal where your ball club has to take on some money, you need permission sometimes to do that.
Good point. It's Ohio, being brought to you by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the nation again in the U.S. News and World Report's 2012 Best Children's Hospitals. And by the dependable, long-lasting Chevy Silverado and your Tri-State Chevy dealers. John Morrell hot dog play of the game. Boy, it was a big hit by Will Venable. 2 outs, bases loaded. Cleared him with a triple to left center field. A 4 RBI night tonight for Mr. Venable. Of course, his daddy Max Venable once played for the Reds. Valdez remains in a game at shortstop, and now taking over on the mound here in the 9th with the Reds down 11-5 is Logan Ondrusek. Mark Kotsay, a fly ball in the shallow center field. Now, Kotsay's a guy whose name has been linked frequently to the Reds, looking for a left-handed batter off their bench. You know, you never know. There's so many guys out there that make a living at telling you about all these rumors. And so few of them ever come to fruition. It's amazing. That's that old adage about, you know, you throw enough against a wall.
And people don't forget the ones you got wrong.
Well, of course not.
Because you just continue to remind them about the one you got right.
But, you know, we live in an era, and I don't think it's been all that different from 25 years ago. People are fascinated at the idea of their team, whoever that team is, in our case the Reds. You know, who do they want? Who are they going to go get? Who's somebody they might be talking about?
Well, it's unique in baseball because you don't see these types of trades in other sports in the middle of the year. This is such an individual sport, but it's a team concept. You need to play good team defense, but you eventually have pitcher versus batter. And that's where the individual part comes. So a guy can seamlessly go from one team to another, one league to another, and really not skip a beat, fit right into the lineup somewhere.
And of course, oftentimes the primary reason for that in the game of baseball more than any other sport is because it is the only sport among the 4 major sports that does not have a salary cap.
Well, there haven't really been as many trades this year. It doesn't seem anyway. I haven't looked the stats up, but so far anyway, as we've seen in recent years, and I'm wondering if that has to do with the change in rules where you don't get a compensation pick now. You trade for a player, you rent him for a couple of months, he's an A-type free agent, he goes on to be a free agent. In the past, you used to get a real high draft pick. This year, that does not happen anymore. So your rental player doesn't get you anything as he exits the free agent and goes into the free agent market.
Ondrusek is strike away from a 1-2-3 9th inning. And steady walks Venable, and the inning will continue for Headley. There was talk earlier today about the Rangers perhaps trying to reacquire left-hander Cliff Lee from Philadelphia. A lot of that coming on the heels, no doubt, of Anaheim going out and making the deal with Milwaukee to get Zach Greinke. And those two teams opened up a big series tonight in Arlington, Texas, and the Angels outslugged the Rangers 15-8. Final score in that one. So the Angels are now 4 back. Oakland with a chance to draw within 3.5. A 2-0 third inning lead at home against Tampa Bay. Chris, probably safe to say early on it was Baltimore that was the surprise team in the American League. As we move now into the end of July, that moniker would be hung on the Oakland Athletics. So win tonight, they're 10 games over 500.
Yep. Well, I still think the Pittsburgh Pirates are probably the biggest surprise in all of baseball.
And I am at the American League.
Okay. Well, the Pirates have now had back-to-back games in which they gave up, I think, 9 runs yesterday, and now, what, 14 today? Of course, the Reds giving up 11 today. So it can happen to the best of them. Would have been a good night to be a concessionaire here.
Closing in on nearly 3 hours and 45 minutes of baseball, and Rogan Andrusik has walked back-to-back batters here in the 9th inning. Reds pitchers tonight have walked 11. Quentin homered his last at bat. That's one of 3 runs batted in the game for the San Diego left fielder and cleanup hitter. Oh, and 2 the count. We'll do it again. Homer Bailey and Jason Marquis in game 2 tomorrow night. Same start time.
I would imagine that tomorrow night would be a real good night to pitch. After this kind of an offensive type game, long drawn out, you will not have Chad Fairchild behind the plate. Probably be a lot better game to pitch.
Let's hope so. As promised earlier tonight, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Darwin Barney with 2 aboard, 1 out in the 4th inning, giving Chicago a 4-2 lead, and they just pounded them from there. How about Anthony Rizzo? Boy, is that a beautiful stroke. Short, quick, bang.
He's the guy that the Padres made room for Yonder Alonso for. Traded him over to the Cubs because they had Alonso coming over.
Well, he was tearing it up down in the minor leagues, and they finally brought him up to the big leagues, and so far so good. We'll see.
Bud Black taking no chances. That's the closer, Houston Street. Former closer with the Oakland A's, Colorado Rockies. Traded over the winter to the San Diego Padres. In fact, just yesterday, he signed a 2-year extension.
You know, I love his comment that he made after signing that deal. He said, you know what, there are a lot of people out there. He said maybe some other players are going to say that's a team-friendly contract. It was 2 years for a total of $14 million. He said it is a team-friendly contract. They were friendly to give it to me.
Well, he's always been somewhat of an unusual type of closer, in as much as he doesn't have one dominant pitch. Doesn't throw overly hard, doesn't have a trick pitch. But he can hit that spot right there with a couple of different pitches, and that'll make you good. 195 saves in his career.
Reds are down 6 as they bat here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Street doesn't walk anybody. Keeps the ball in the ballpark. In fact, he has not given up a home run yet this year.
It's amazing, isn't it?
That is amazing. 31 games, just about 30 innings.
You know, some people might say, no, wait a minute. You guys were talking about how, stingy Petco Park is, allowing the home run ball. And that's true, but consider this. When the Reds went out to San Diego for that 4-game series before the All-Star break, when they came into that series, the Padres this year had hit 14 home runs at home in nearly half a year. The Reds hit 7 of them in 4 games and had an 8th home run taken away on that great play made by Cameron Maybin. There's strike 3 to Stubbs. The point I'm making is that a closer, sooner or later, no matter where you pitch, I don't care if you pitch in the Grand Canyon, sooner or later, you're going to give up a home run. Because I bet he's pitched in a lot of games like this year.
Well, he can pitch outside the way he does, and you're going to be hard-pressed to hit an opposite field home run at Petco Park. You can hit one here, but you still have to admire what he has done. Earned run average this year under 1.
Will throw out Brandon Phillips, and the Reds are down to their final out. A 10-game winning streak, which began coming back from a 6-run deficit against the Arizona Diamondbacks 2 weeks ago Thursday.
Brandon Phillips had some problems with his knee yesterday, or his calf. Actually, they called it a cramping in his calf. He eventually stretched it out. Is okay for today. Slips coming out of the batter's box right there, but it looks like no problem for Brandon.
Been a good night for Jay Bruce tonight. A double, a run scored, a solo home run, has walked twice. They're trying to reach for what would be a 5th time tonight. Reds aren't going to lose any ground to the team directly behind him in the Central. The Pirates are going to stay 3 games back. They're getting bludgeoned tonight at Wrigley Field 14-4. Cardinals will pick up a half game to draw within 7. Cardinals are off tonight. And this ought to do it on the ground ball to Amarista. So the San Diego Padres go to 15-10 during this month of July. 10, the winning streak that comes to an end for the Reds here tonight in an 11-5 decision. Reds live right around the corner. Padres win it 11-5.